the thing. Honorable members, let's remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay, honorable members, good morning. So, in accordance with Part 4 of the Conflict of Interest Code and Disclosure Framework for members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, members are required to disclose particulars of all their registrable interests within 30 days of the opening of the legislature or appointment of the member. Excuse me. Noting the above, all members are required to complete and submit the declaration of interest to the Office of the Integrity Commissioner at the earliest convenience, and not later than the 30th of March 2025. The system will open from the 1st to the 30th of March 2025. We don't have any MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. And regarding member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, honorable members, we received a total of 9 member statements, and some of them are not aligned to the rules. So, not all of them are going to be allowed, and the rule that speaks to what I have just described now, it's Rule 87, subsection 1H. So out of the 9, I'm going to allow 5 member statements. And then I will call them in accordance to what I have before me. A member statement from Honorable K. Chabalala is not allowed in terms of Rule 87, subsection 1H. The statement from, okay, I'll speak to those that are not allowed, and then we'll go to the statements that are allowed. Honorable Mfikwe, your statement is not allowed in terms of Rule 87, subsection 1H. I'm going to ask that you familiarize yourselves, please, with the rules. Member Mekwe, your member statement is not allowed in terms of Rule 87, subsection 1H. Member Ndlovu, your member statement is not allowed in terms of Rule 87, subsection 1.8. Okay. We'll then go to the rules that are, to the member statements that are aligned to the rules. Member Ncheke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 81, please see below member statement. Madam Speaker, I stood in this House seeking assistance with the payments for suppliers of portable toilets serving informal settlements in Ekurhuleni. I have now escalated this issue to the South African Human Rights Commission. It is unacceptable that 45,000 toilet units, which cater for over 120 informal settlements in Ekurhuleni, currently face over 210 overdue payments. On Thursday, following the complaint to the South African Human Rights Commission, an inadequate payment was made. One supplier was owed 27 million and only received 1.5 million. The non-payment has put the company under severe financial strain. As a result, these suppliers are halting services on the 3rd of March 2025, which indicates that a disaster is imminent. On Monday, Premier painted a picture that Gauteng is working. However, the people living in informal settlements of Ekurhuleni who have to make their plans to relieve themselves don't share the Premier's view. They feel he and his government, the government he leads, are out of touch with their reality. And let me tell you, they are not happy with this violation of their human rights. And the ANC is stripping people of their dignity. However, it appears that ANC has learned nothing from the outcome of the 2024 elections. The electorate is now aware that selecting a DA government in Gauteng is essential for obtaining high-quality services, and they will certainly cast their vote because they want their dignity. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Madam Speaker, when President Ramaphosa stood before Parliament and proudly declared, to great applause, that over 28 million South Africans depend on social grants, he did not deliver a victory speech. No, Honourable Speaker, he delivered an indictment of this ANC government's failure to create jobs, grow our economy, and give dignity to the millions of South Africans who wake up each day with nothing but hunger and despair. Honourable Speaker, let us be clear. Social grants are a lifeline, but they should never be a way of life. The fact that 4 times more South Africans rely on grants than those who pay personal income tax is not an achievement. It is a national crisis. How can we celebrate a system where 3 million taxpayers shoulder 90% of the personal income tax burden, while millions of capable, hard-working South Africans are left behind, locked out of opportunity? This is not a country moving forward. This is a country being dragged backwards by a government that has abandoned economic growth, strangled business with red tape, and driven investment away with corruption and incompetence. The President should have spoken about the 28 million jobs created, not 28 million South Africans trapped in dependency. He should have spoken of a thriving economy where people are empowered to work, earn, and build their own future, instead of celebrating a broken system where more people receive than contribute. Honourable Speaker, the DA believes in economic freedom through job creation. Where the DA governs, we attract investment, cut the unemployment rate, and prioritise real empowerment through jobs, dignity, and opportunity. The time for empty applause is over. The time for real leadership, real reforms, and real job creation is now. South Africans do not want handouts. They want the dignity of work. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Sesedinyane.
Yeah, I'll read on your behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker. While it might seem too late, this is the first normal sitting after the announcement of the 2024 Matric results. Therefore, allow me to extend my congratulatory message to the class of 2024 in Gauteng for making us proud through their excellent achievement in the National Senior Certificate examinations. Such success is a proof that much effort and determination have been rendered towards academic performance. In 2024, Gauteng recorded a remarkable 88.4% pass rate percentage and improved, increased from 85.4% attained in 2023. The progress underlines the efficiency of our students and enthusiastic teachers across both government and former Model C schools. Gauteng has always been one of the best performing provinces in the country significantly. In 2024, A total of 147 schools in Gauteng recorded a 100% pass rate, compared to 129 in the previous year, 2023. This excellence is a true testament to the commitment of our teachers and determination for both government and people nationally. Gauteng is ranked third in the performance. This ranking indicates the seriousness that our province attaches to excellence in education. We would like to thank the parents and the teachers for their vital role in providing support to our learners during their examinations. Your input inspires learners in achieving of these great results. To the class of 2024, as you pursue your new opportunities, continuing your education or joining the workforce, remember to carry the driver and the persistence that has taken this far. The ANC-led government has also encouraged those who fell down to take this opportunity to improve their grades. We will continue to work tirelessly to advance excellence and opportunities for all learners to further their education pursuit. Let me extend our congratulations once more to the class of 2024. May your future be bright and successful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sesedinyane. Honorable Moketi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Nomathemba Moketi, table the following statement on the preservation of water in Gauteng. Madam Speaker, Gauteng is the economic hub of South Africa and is faced with a concerning water crisis endangering our people, their health, environment, and the economy at large. I rise today to commend the efforts of the ANC-led government to address the alarming challenges of water shortage in our province. Water is a right for all people, as set out in section 27, subsection 1B of the Constitution, and the ANC-led government ensures that all persons residing in Gauteng enjoy this right. The Gauteng water shortage is complex, driven by population growth, urbanization, old infrastructure, and the impact of climate change. However, under the guidance of the ANC, the Gauteng provincial government has moved to solve this crisis and deliver long-term water management in different forms. The ANC administration has concentrated on the investment in the upkeep of infrastructure through collaboration with municipalities and the Department of Water and Sanitation. There has been a huge investment in restoring and renewing water infrastructure. Water treatment plant has been renovated and old pipes replaced in a bid to reduce water losses and improve supply security. The largest upgrade by the rainwater in the Zeikerbos water treatment plant have enhanced its capacity to ensure that millions of water in Johannesburg and neighboring residents is saved. There have been public campaigns to promote the conservation that has been implemented by the ANC government. The Water Wise Gauteng campaign, for instance, has educated residents and companies alike to the importance of saving water. The campaigns have been implemented by the fitting of water-saving gadgets in public buildings and water restriction during the period of severe shortages. The ANC government has acted positively to conserve and restore our natural resources. Efforts of clean and restore rivers, wetlands, and dams have been made with a particular focus on pollution and illegal dumping. The Henops River Revival Project is an example where community stakeholders, government, and private sector collaborated to restore one of the Gauteng's most important water resources. Furthermore, the Gauteng ANC has also invested in a long-term solution for water security. This includes researching alternative water sources, such as groundwater and abstraction water reuse. Speaker, although there are challenges, the ANC government in Gauteng has shown its restore to tackle the water shortage crisis. Our actions are informed by the value of equality, sustainability, accountability, so that no community is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Muketi. Honorable Miso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The development in the United States with the advent of the Republican administration under President Donald Trump have created a great deal of uncertainty and trepidation in many parts of the world, including South Africa. The US government has subsequently withdrawn aid funding through the US aid. The aid withdrawal of the PEPFAR, which account for 17% of the country's HIV/AIDS programs, is catastrophic setback in the fight against the pandemic. It is also important to note that PEPFAR was also utilized in the fight against gender-based violence. It is of paramount importance that the province has contingency measures to deal with the foreseeable shortfalls in the funding of these extremely important programs. The country cannot afford another crisis reminiscent of President Thabo Mbeki's era of AIDS denialism, crisis resentment, and health policy confusion, which resulted in the death of over 300,000 South Africans. Till today, by the way, Madam Speaker, till today the President still owes the nation an apology. He has not yet apologized to the nation. The US government has further threatened to remove South Africa from the African Growth and Opportunity Act, which is a preferential dispensation that allows South African export to access partner, therefore, to access the US market with zero tariffs. The US is our second largest trading partner, therefore our bilateral relations by exceptionally important to the economy of this country. In 2024, the US imported 270 billion rands worth of goods and services from South Africa. Gauteng as an economic hub is a strategic location for many of the US companies. Our trade relations provide employment and livelihood to hundreds of thousands of our people. The unpredictability of the current US foreign policy has potential to compromise the economic and trade stability with the United States. It is our view that the ramifications will be felt more in this province than anywhere else. The united consequences in this worst case scenario could potentially include the increase in unemployment and exacerbation of criminality, which is already at crisis level. It is also our considered view as Umkhonto weSizwe that the provincial government must collaborate with the national government in managing this potential economic risk. The provincial government must also formulate its strategies and examine various scenarios and possible intervention designed to shield our people from the detrimental effects of escalating tensions in the bilateral relations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Miso. Honorable members, motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none. Giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121 also, we don't have any. Moving on to apologies, we have received the following apologies. Member S. Peters is not present due to family responsibility. Member E. Mure is feeling under the weather. Member Hicklin is also not joining us. Member Kunene will be arriving late. Member Nkomo Raluhoko will also arrive late. Member Dos Santos is also not joining the House today. Member Dlamini also is not joining the House today. Member Ramkopa is also feeling under the weather. Member Koma also is not feeling well. Member Maile is also not joining us due to family emergency. Honorable members, we have in the gallery several stakeholders who have joined the House today. We have 15 student community members from Hammanskraal, 15 students from the University of Pretoria, 15 students from Tshwane North College, Mamelodi campus, 15 stakeholders from Mitsweding area, 22 students from Tshwane University of Technology, Soshanguve campus. Honorable members, Rule 80, subsection 2 of the standing rules, read with section 117 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996 on freedom of speech, states as follows: members of the provincial legislature have a freedom of speech in the legislature subject to its rules and orders. Rule 80 of the standing rules provides as follows: in accordance with section 117, subsection 1A of the Constitution, members must be allowed to speak and debate freely in the House and its committees as and when recognized by the presiding officer in line with the orders of the day and the speaking list. The Constitution and the standing rules are therefore fundamental in ensuring orderly debate and effective conduct of parliamentary business. The standing rules relating to order and debate are aimed at not limiting freedom of speech, but guiding debate in the context of freedom of speech to allow reasonable and open consideration of controversial issues. The standing rules also seek to promote the responsible exercise of the privilege of freedom of speech. Procedures imposed by the standing rules are not designed to allow this to be done in an unorderly manner. Rule 77 of the standing rules, speech and open time in debates. Rule 77, subsection 5 provides that at the end of each speech, according to the speaking list, any member, including members who have already spoken in the debate, may indicate to the presiding officer that he or she wishes to ask a question or make a remark directly related to the speech. Here, honorable members, a member may rise at the end of the speech to indicate to the presiding officer that he or she wishes to ask a question or make a remark. Members may not interrupt during the speech to ask a question or make a remark. Rule 77, subsection 8 provides as follows: the presiding officer must use his or her discretion to call a member to speak during open time. The presiding officer may therefore use his or her discretion to call on any member to rise and speak during this time. Rule 83, subsection 2 of the standing rules, which speaks to members who are called to speak, provides as follows: a member who wishes to speak in a debate but is not on the speaking list must indicate his or her wish to the presiding officer by raising their hands okay, this provision we don't have here, so it's fine. This rule is only applicable if the party to whom the member belongs has free time available. If there's not free time, the member would not be able to rise under this rule. Rule 88 of the standing rules, interruption, provides that members may interrupt a member who is speaking in a debate only to do the following: raise a point of order, raise a matter of privilege, or call attention to the presence of an unauthorized person. Rule 94 of the standing rules, respect for presiding officer, provides as follows: in the House, every member of the legislature must bow to the presiding officer when passing in front of his or her seat. I hope this explanation will assist members in correctly applying the standing rules during the debate of the House. Will the Secretary please read the first order?
Order number 1, Debate on the Premier's State of the Province address.
Okay, let me just skip. That's fine. Okay, don't worry. Relax. Just want to speak first. Okay, Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning to Premier Lesufi. And may I thank him for being in here for once while the debate is actually taking place instead of being outside while the debate is actually taking place like it did last year. So let me thank him for that and thank the people of Gauteng for the opportunity that has been given to us to represent them here today and to make sure that we are able to then hold the government of the day to account. Madam Speaker, let me start by saying to Ndate Premier Lesufi, Oboso wena, of telling lies, Ndate Lesufi. Oboso wena, of telling lies that, we had to sit for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, of listening to things that we have heard for quite a number of times and for years that have gone by. Things that have been said from Menom Vulam Konyan, things that have been said by Premier David Makura, things that have been said by Ndate Brian Hlongwa, amongst others, who have been talking about quite a number of things that I'm sure myself and my colleagues will be talking to today. But I want you to know that Oboso, Yamaka. Let me begin by commending you, Premier Lesufi, for your amazing diagnosis of the challenges that are currently facing us, as you call them, the Gauteng 13 problem, or the Gauteng 13 problem, as you correctly state in your State of the Province address. You went as far as to unpack the problem and the challenges that are there. Not only were you spot on in terms of identifying these challenges, but you came across as someone who fully understood the impact of the problem that the people of Gauteng are facing. For that, I think you do deserve a 10 out of 10. But what makes, what was missing and what makes this thing very much interesting is that you never acknowledge the role that your government has played in creating these problems. And name any of the problems, I'll tell you how your government has contributed, in creating those. And this reminds me of what Kent Weavers wrote in a very compelling journal that is aptly titled "The Politics of Blame Avoidance." Weaver writes, and I quote, "Politicians are motivated primarily by the desire to avoid for unpopular actions rather than seeking to claim credit for popular ones. Incentives to avoid blame lead politicians to adopt a distinctive set of political strategies, including agenda limitation, scapegoating, passing the buck, and defection. And in this instance, we're talking about jumping off the bandwagon that are different than those that would have followed if they were primarily interested in pursuing good policies," close quote. These words were written over 30 years ago, perfectly describing what Ndate Lesufi's performance was during the 2025 State of the Province address this past Monday evening. While he was candid in addressing the 13 challenges, it was very surprising to hear Ndate Lesufi discussing these issues as if these are things that, he just landed in Gauteng and found in Gauteng, failing to acknowledge that he's been part of government when these things have been raised year in and year out. While we have raised this thing when you were a leader of government business, about the shortages of schools, about the shortages of adequate budget that relates to infrastructure maintenance, about the lack of adequate planning towards addressing the issue of infrastructure management in Gauteng, around the issues of police who are now sitting without proper resources and also lacking in terms of the man capital that they require. You come here and you tell us as if these are problems that you didn't contribute towards creating. And this was a problem. One of the 13 problems that you identified is the failing infrastructure. Ndadeli Sufi, you told us that in many parts of our province, bulk infrastructure has stalled, leaving promising projects unrealized and communities underserved. We are changing this, as you said, through a strategic partnership with the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development. Well, we can debate about the effectiveness of that department. You talk about GIFA and you talk about COCTA as those that are going to be at the driving center or at the center of driving these initiatives. But I want you to realistically come and tell the people of this house and the people of Gauteng, what has this three department really achieved in the last 20 years that they have really been in existence? Have they really driven any meaningful change that you can point to and say this is what they have been able to then do? I think this is something that you owe the people of Gauteng. You continue to tell another lie and say that you have now 220 billion rand that you are going to be deploying in the next financial year that is going to be driving the infrastructure plan. Well, you only have 172 billion rand in the totality in terms of the budget, and yet only 10 billion rand of that can actually go towards capital expenditure. So I don't know where you're going to get the 210 billion rand. Maybe it's BIM Sakra BIM, and then somehow we're going to make sure that money do appear out of the blue. While these ideas appears to be promising on paper, the real question is where is the budget going to come from that we're going to use to fund this? Furthermore, I've asked you, and I'm continuously asking you, tell us how the DID have been successful in implementing projects since its inception, and what can we look at in terms of the successes thereof? Tell me, what is the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency ever really achieved? And to make sure that now going forward we can have trust that they will be able to then do what needs to be done. The less said about COCTA, and I'm not talking about you, MEC, we're now but I want to then say that the challenges that are there, and I've had meetings with you, I've said to you that until we have a situation where all municipalities are brought around the room, city managers, the mayors sit around a room, bringing honest reflection and bringing honest reports relating to the infrastructure backlogs, we're not going to be able to then address this. I can tell you of a number of municipalities that are not going to be able to meet their infrastructure capital investment requirements. Johannesburg is going to need over 200 billion rand. Tshwane is in need of over 160 billion rand. Ekurhuleni is about 140, 150 billion rand. And I don't want to talk about the smaller municipalities, which that they will not be able to then meet those, even if they stop doing anything else and take their resources towards just infrastructure management. They're not going to be able to do that. We have said this, and I'll continuously say this to you. Until such time as the provincial treasury understands with COCTA that they need to sit around the table and then say, what are the challenges? How do we then bring all our resources together? How do we then address these things, not in a piecemeal, but address these things as a whole? We will then be able to then address the challenge that we're sitting with of the infrastructure. Gone will be the days when we're talking about losing 60% of our water here in Gauteng. Gone will be the days when we have to drive through Johannesburg, where you get to be surprised if you find a traffic light working, instead of then driving through the whole street where the traffic lights are not working. Gone will be the days where you will have sewer that is running all over the streets. Gone will be the days where potholes are actually rendering our traffic, granting it to a halt. These are some of the things that I have said that we need to then come around the table and be able to then engage on and be able to then bring, and build. Ndadeli Sufi, as I said, you are a boss, Owena. You are a boss of lying. You go to national government, you go to the national state of the nation address, you stand boldly and say, Johannesburg is on the rise. But Umbamudimo, have you driven on this road here? Have you driven on this road and see the filth that is there and see how businesses have closed down? Have you seen the state of Carltonville or Carlton Center that used to be at the center of what government and what the private sector could do together? And look at what it is right now. It's not even a share of what it used to be. It is below even the share of what it used to be. These are the challenges and this is something that was aptly recorded by Bloomberg, who says that if you don't fix a window when it's broken, you can rest assured that the whole building is going to collapse, and the next door building is going to collapse after that, and therefore, after a while, a whole city is gone. These are the challenges that we have been saying for the longest of time. The fact that you have been allowing for decay to continue to grow unabated is where we find ourselves here today, where right now buildings are hijacked, and you speak about buildings that you have now started recovering. Yet you have not even mentioned one of the buildings that you said you have recovered. Not even one. You speak about 8,000 pieces of land that you are now claiming back. Not even a single place have you mentioned in your speech to then say, in this area we've recovered. Let me tell you, go to Atteridgeville Extension 19 as an example. That is one provincial land that you own that is now expanding more and more instead of it being reclaimed back by your government. Tell us where you have done this. Tell us what has been the rate of success in that. You continuously then also tell us that, you are working very, very hard in ensuring that you are giving dignity and you're giving stands to the people. Let me remind you of what you said to me in 2015 when I raised the issue of ensuring that we are able to roll out service stands. You said yourself in a debate that I have an apartheid mentality of wanting to trap black people into the shackles of poverty and ensure that they don't get the dignity of life, that they will not deserving of houses. And I said to you in 2015 already, the challenge that we're sitting with is that government is not going to be able to build houses for each and every individual that is there. That the solution to that is that we needed to roll out service stands and give people title deeds to those service stands. And we have seen time and time again, even when people do grab pieces of land and build houses for themselves, that people do have the ability to do that. What did you say then? It's not something that your government is willing to do. Now today you introduce that as if it's the next thing after sliced bread. Something that we have been telling you since 2015, this is something that we needed to do. Now when we are sitting with 1.2 million rent, or 1.2 million demand for on the housing list, do you come up and say you are going to roll out 667 stands in the West End? While in the West End, you already have Montrose as a project that could be benefiting thousands of people. Yet you're not saying anything about that. These are some of the projects in this province, 46 of those projects, mega projects that have been announced, have been started, but have stalled. Some of them have been abandoned. And some of them, as I'm talking to you, are now being vandalized brick by brick, which means that we are reversing instead of then moving forward. But you don't talk about that. You talk about now a new 101,000 units that you're going to build between Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Johannesburg. But I don't even know where you're going to find that piece of land, where you are going to put 101,000 people in that piece of land. I can identify only 2 spots where the 2 towns are able to then meet. Where you're going to find that space, and this again talks to the lies that you continuously tell the people of Gauteng. You then go and talk about the water challenge. But this is nothing new. We've been saying to you that Gauteng is losing a lot of water. 60% of the water that is coming from rainwater, we are actually then losing. Whether we are losing it to technical losses, burst pipes, whether it is people who are connecting illegally, but we are losing that. And that talks to the issue of how do we then get our infrastructure to a level where we're losing less and we are able to then save as much more, of this water. Assist municipalities in terms of the debt that they have with rainwater and so on and so forth. But then this is something that you were not willing to listen to when we were raising this up. And I want to then say to you that when you talk about rainwater and then you then say, no, we have the Lesotho Highlands Water Project that is coming and will be the rescuer of the challenge that we're sitting with. I want to tell you, again, you are telling lies. Because the problem right now is not the availability of water. Because our dams now and our rivers are staying at about 95, some of them over 100%. The problem that we're sitting with is the infrastructure to store that water and to actually be able to release the water to where it needs to then go. That's where the challenge is. That is something that you fail to acknowledge. And worse off, you make another blunder. You then say, an entity that has failed dismally, city power, You say this is an entity that is going to be responsible. Like what you said last year, you said Pick It Up is going to be responsible. But to Mamudim, where Pick It Up has the authority and where they are actually in charge, it's worse off than anywhere else. Come and walk the streets of Johannesburg and tell me how Pick It Up has been able to do anything significant here. But the challenge that we're sitting with is this. You're saying ESCOM and City Power will be responsible for ensuring that water gets to be supplied. The challenge, what we have said a number of times before, let us make sure that we build insulation lines that go into this. And this is nothing new. I've said this last year. Member Fuchs said this last year. But nobody listened. And today you are introducing it as it's a new invention that came into your mind while we have been saying it for a number of years. We have said to you that insulate our water reticulation plants from load shedding. Ensure that you have backups so that you have lines that is able to feed them from A to B or also from C to D. So it means that you have lines that are able to then connect electricity. If one area fails, then you're able to then switch on to the other side. This is something that we have been saying to you, you need to then introduce. But this has not also been met with ignorance and arrogance when we were raising this as a concern. You continuously then say to the people of Gauteng that, this is a game changer in terms of, rainwater or the water that is coming from rainwater to the people that, through ESCOM and City Power will begin to yield results. While we are saying that this is something that rainwater can do on its own, and if municipalities are actually then assisted in driving this particular program, we should then be able to, deal with this problem permanently instead of the temporary solutions that have been implemented. I can tell you right now, Lesotho Highlands Water is 10 years late. It's over 200 million rand over budget, and we are not going to see that happening in the next 5 years. I can guarantee you that, because when we had this presentation done from the rainwater, these are some of the things that they have said that budget constraints, these are things that they have said that from the government of Lesotho, there is still negotiations, and even from the communities in Lesotho that have actually ensured that the project doesn't roll out as quickly as it's supposed to be rolled out. So if the people of Gauteng are going to rely on the Lesotho Highlands Water to then become a savior, I think they will wait until Jesus arrives again. If, the Premier is so sure about the Bella thing, and this is something that I think has been a problem, and we haven't faced the reality. Nalen Tatola, we come from Atteridgeville. In Atteridgeville, there are schools that are now being closed, permanently closed. You go to Soweto, there are schools that are being closed. You go to Soshanguve, to Mabopane, there are schools that are being closed. Teachers that supposed to be there teaching our kids in classrooms find themselves either unemployed or finding themselves to travel then far to get to places where they need to be teaching. Now, I need to then ask you, when you're saying that you want to build a society where people have access and where people have equality, what kind of equality are you talking to? Are you talking equality upwards or are you talking equality downwards? Because there is equality either way. When we're talking about equality upwards, is when we're saying there is a certain standard and certain kind of actions that are taking place somewhere. We now need to bring everybody to those standards by improving where they are, where the infrastructure is, bringing that infrastructure to a particular stage and to a particular level. Instead of then saying, let us then go to those that are exhibiting high quality standards and bring everybody down, because that is also equality. That is something that you have failed to answer. Why would a parent make Mwana High to travel from Hammanskraal, to get into a train, to get into a bus, to get into a taxi, to go to a school in Pretoria West or to the Pretoria CBD, leaving schools along the way? And that is something that we failed to address. I'll tell you what the challenge is. The challenge is that we've allowed unions to politicize education, where during school hours you have teachers that will go and attend union meetings. I'll tell you what the problem is that you have teachers that arrive, and we have parents that have come to tell us this a number of times. Teachers that arrive drunk to come and teach our children, and nobody's taking accountability of that. I'll tell you what the challenge is. The challenge is you go to Hammanskraal, you find schools that our children are still learning and having to go and relieve themselves in bucket toilets that don't even have doors. That is what the challenge is. And instead of you facing and owning up to those failures, you then want to point to schools where the governing bodies have done their utmost best to try and bring a level of quality and equality in those schools that they have. You want to then target those and want to then drag them down. So that's when we argue about what the Bella thing is. It is not about the access into previously Model C schools. It's about how do you bring quality in where people are, and making sure that those services, making sure that that infrastructure investment that you would find in Boys High, that you would find in Lair School, Jacaranda, whatever the case is, you will find the same when you go to Patoheng in Atteridgeville, or you'll find the same when you go to Matseke, but that is not what you will go and find. And that is something that your government is totally responsible for. I want to tell you that you then make a fatal mistake. I'm doing an interview, you walk next to me and you say, on broad live camera, you don't know the reports that I'm talking to. Yet, your office, your DG and yourself have written to me a number of times saying that you will not release the 177 reports. The 177 reports that we have given you all the reference numbers, we have given you the names of the reports, we have given you the details of what we're seeking for. You say to us, you are not going to give us those reports. Yet you come on TV, on national TV, and say to the public, you don't have any report that is outstanding. All the reports have been issued. I want to then say to you, that you then continue to then say that, you are now dealing with the Anglo-Ashanti. I want to make this declaration to you today. You will give us the recordings of that meeting of the Anglo-Ashanti. Because we know that it's only the officials, the junior officials that are being charged with this. And what is very interesting is that there's no criminal charges for those officials. Because if you start them criminally, they will start singing like Pavarottis. They will tell us where the decisions to then implement those decisions came from, because we know those decisions came from politicians. We know that in those meetings when it was decided that they needed to spend 500 million in Anglo-Ashanti, that decision was made by politicians, yet it is junior ranking officials that are now being subjected to some kind of an investigation. If it is not the truth, then give us the full recording of that meeting where this particular matter was then discussed and decided on. And if indeed we can then go through the minutes and the recordings and find out there's no official that had been told by politicians, this is what we'll do, then we'll believe you. But until then, we're not going to believe you. I know that you're thinking that the matter of the 177 reports are just something that is going to die down. Let me make this assurance to you. It's not going to go down. No. Like what we did with the cadre deployment minutes, we will take this matter to the last court until we have this report. And don't even think about redacting the reports, because we have some of the reports, but we want you to put them officially on the table so that we are able to then get to the bottom of the corruption that has been taking place, the maladministration that is taking place, the billions of rents and where it has flown to. That's what we are going to get at the end of the day, however long that it takes us. I want to then say to you that you speak about the roads and transport and say that, we are now going to invest. And I've said this to you since 2023. Don't talk about fancy ideas if you haven't really addressed the basics. You talk about fancy things, but you haven't addressed the basics. You don't tell the people of Gauteng that you have cut 297,550,000 out of the roads and transport budget. Yet you're talking about new roads that are going to be built. Yet you're talking about this new infrastructure that is going to be rolled out. You're talking about a train that is coming from Polokwane here. Yet at the same time, we are failing to maintain our own roads that are here. So deal and take care of the basics. Then we can, know that you are serious about what you have been saying. You talk about the teacher assistants that are going to be deployed. You fired 32,000 teachers last year, refused to renew their contracts as the department said that they didn't have a budget for it. And now you introduce something and say, no, we are in the process of employing 32,000 teacher assistants. Why did you fire them in the first place? If now you are coming to then say this is what you're going to do, why did you fire them in the first instance? We are facing 2.66 million unemployment challenge here in Gauteng. 34% of the people that should actually be employed in Gauteng are not being employed. Of that 602 thousand rand are now becoming discouraged job seekers. And yet you're telling us of 1 million jobs that you're going to create, while you failed to employ the Mapanyazas on a permanent basis, as you so grandiosely announced last year during the State of the Province address. 2 days later in the same house, sitting right there, you deny that you ever made that commitment. And I want to say to you, wena uboso ya maka wena. I want to then say to you, you talk about homelessness. You say that Gauteng is leading in dealing with the issues of homelessness. You say that in Gauteng, we are leading in terms of providing shelter trucks that are going to have, showers in them and all of that. What you don't tell the people of Gauteng is that your own government is actually shutting down some of the shelters. Your own government is actually shortchanging the money that goes to these, entities as in terms of grants. What you don't tell the people of Gauteng is that when you talk about the drug and substance abuse, that your own government has shut down 5 of the NPOs that is providing 246 out of the 571 beds that are across Gauteng when it comes to then dealing with the issues of drug and substance abuse. If you think I'm lying, go and talk to the Westfield Clinic. Go and talk to Empilweni Treatment Center. Go and talk to the Freedom Recovery Center. Go and talk to Jamila Rehabilitation Center. Go and talk to the Golden Harvest. And you will know that what you have been promising people and what you said on Monday doesn't match what your actions in government is actually then doing. So I want to then say to you, Premier Lesufi, you have been lying to the people of Gauteng and selling them lies. You told, last year we came to the State of the Province address. I felt like I was go Pretoria Showground when Pretoria Showgrounds was at its peak. While you displayed all these things that you are saying government is ready to roll out, you promised us 1,800 drones. Of those, according to your own reports, only 33 have been procured. And of those 33, only 1 has got authority from the South African Civil Aviation Authority. And also, the Auditor General is raising that 10.8 million rand that has been sent as a regular expenditure. So again, we have a premier that shoots from the hip, but really then starts then thinking about the consequences of what is done afterwards. Because of DG, once the decisions have been told and these announcements have been made, he's told to go into the departments and get the departments to then implement, even if it means that those officials are going to be breaking the law going forward. That is something that the people of Gauteng needs to then know. I want to then say in conclusion that the DA has consistently highlighted the issues that you have said as part of the G13. And we have addressed these concerns in the past. And we have tried to reason with you, to raise some of these things as proposals. And we have been met with arrogance. We have been met as, as if there's a brick wall in front of us, where because it's not coming from the comrades, it's not coming from the cadres, we cannot be listened to. We have told you how we can provide some of the solutions, how we can work together. I've met with a few of your MECs. But the problem is that when we talk about solutions, if it doesn't benefit the comrades, you guys don't want to listen. You don't want to implement. I want to say to the people of Gauteng, we are on our own. There's nothing that is going to change. There's nothing that is going to improve your life in the next year or the next 5 years. The next thing that you have to do is to make sure that you get yourself to get rid permanently of this government here. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Msimang, Honorable Makuvela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, leaders of all political parties that are represented in this House, the members of the executive, the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, let me rise to express my gratitude for your choice of the venue for our SOPA this year. It was illuminating to see an entanglement of the public and private sector investment coming into fruition and moving from one stage to the next with ease and with great economic spin-offs and opportunities, which includes much-needed jobs and the immersion of the previously disadvantaged into the mainstream economy of our province. It is one of the greatest highlights of successive administrations that came before us, showcasing an ambitious project that failed everywhere in the world, including in Brazil, which was taken from Brazil, and that investment was brought here and it's succeeding in Tshwane, a township which was a battleground against apartheid and its machinery. The Tshwane SEZ, Madam Speaker, is a dream realized, and it's a vision achieved. And that's how all of us, I believe, felt. T.S. Roberts says that all men dream, but they do not dream equally. Those who dream by night in the dusty recesses of their minds awake in the day to find it being vanity. But the dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they act their dreams with open eyes to make it possible. And the How Train, as well as the SEZ at Tshwane that we went to, is part of those dangerous men who dream by the day. And Honorable Premier, what you delivered was a dream that all of us must embrace. I want to divert from how we normally conduct debates in this House. And I will explain why I want us to divert from that. I believe that everything that was achieved by successive administrations was done so through a united House, and both members from both sides of the aisle, through the support and the dexterity of every member of the legislature. Honorable Premier, the vision you painted will not be achieved if this House is divided, if there are those who believe that the only way to best serve our people is when they are in the executive or occupy a leading role. Honorable Msimanga, recently I attended the graduation of our former maths and science teacher. He had invited me as a speaker, Mr. Daumang. He was graduating with a PhD in mathematics, and that's why our school is the top school now in mathematics in Tshwane. He said something that was striking. He shared a story of, which was titled, "Whose Job Is It Anyway?" And this is what he said, I quote. This is a story about 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. He says there was an important job to be done and everybody was sure that somebody will do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. And this is what we do all the time. And let me explain it maybe in the words of a Marxist-Leninist, Thomas Sankara, who was trying to say what Mr. Daumang said, Dr. Daumang now. He says that a revolution is not a public speaking tournament. A revolution is not a battle of fine phrases, of accents. Our revolution is not simply for spouting slogans that are no more than signals used by manipulators, trying to use them as catchwords, as code words, as a foil for their own display. Our revolution is and should continue to be the collective effort of revolutionaries to transform reality, to improve the concrete situation of the masses of our country, close quote. So said Sankara. Honorable members, I want to warn you, the blame game will sink us, and it will sink this province. It will fuel, honorable members, it will fuel what we see in the public service, something that President Thabo Mbeki warned us of in 2004, when he said that, I quote, "We must be impatient with those in the public service who see themselves as pen pushers and guardians of rubber stamps, thieves who are intent on self-enrichment, bureaucrats who think they have a right to ignore the vision of Batopele, who come to work as late as possible, who work as little as possible, and knock off as early as possible," close quote. The divisions of this House create that situation where pen pushers continue to delay projects, continue to implement a well-crafted visions of those in the executive and visions of the Premier and members of this House. I desire to underscore on a simple thing, Honorable Msimang, on crime. No amount of police, we can take all our budget and put as many police as we want, bring technology to fight crime. But for as long as we are not going to come together, as crime is a societal issue, we are not going to come together as bipartisan members of this House, joining hands with members of society, community, civil society, as well as the private sector, and joining in the war against crime. We are not going to be able to win that particular battle. If this House is divided, no amount of sloganeering will stop the destruction of our infrastructure. It won't. As long as we continue to quiver, criminal and bicker and engage in petty political squabbling on who is better than who and who can do a better job than the next person, we are not going to be able to resolve the destruction of our much-needed infrastructure. I thought you listened when the Premier explained, and that explanation does not come from him. Unless we want to question what Rainwater said officially, and no one, even water technologists and those who studied the water, have not even disputed it. The source of the challenge that causes the water challenges in our province. When he said that we have problems in 2 pumping stations, and those pumping stations have to be resolved. And part of the problem with the 2 pumping stations is vandalism. If this House doesn't come together and remains divided as it is, our people will remain divided. And they will see the problem being us who are seated here. When a person can't find a job, when we can't produce the brightest learner who we applauded, all of us, who was produced by successive administrations of this particular government. When we meet women who are raped, when people become victims of crime, when we hit potholes ourselves, it is the failure of all of us. It is not the failure of individuals. It is the failure of all of us, one, to hold each other accountable and to come to this House. And to come to this House and to do what the rules provide. That when we debate, it must become a festival of ideas. That you must come up with ideas, not the blame games that we are well accustomed to. How things are failing, where there are challenges. And that's why many members of this august House were quite offended when they saw a project which was working. And I think that the next project, the next SOPA, Madam Speaker, or even the House sittings, we must take them to all these projects. Sometimes, next time, maybe the House meeting, a simple House meeting, must be taken to one of the state-of-the-art clinics that have just been opened in Mamelodi. When even the private sector fails to even resource a clinic with such resources. And this is what we need to change. We need to be able to hold the executive to account, and when we debate, we must be able to come with clear ideas so that we are able to wage a battle and to ensure that projects are finished on time within budget. But if we don't come together as august members of this House, officials and contractors are able to sense our differences, and they know that we are unable to come together and resolve those challenges. The vision that you outlined, Honorable Premier, as ambitious as it was, it will require all of us, including Motwa Mudimu, Solim Simanga. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. Honorable Maluka.
Hakilebuhe, Madam Speaker. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Premier, and Gauteng residents, and honorable members of the House. Madam Speaker, we stand here as students by the fact that Gauteng contributes 20.6% of the sexual assault cases reported nationally and 20.4% of the rape cases reported nationally. But what is even more surprising is that the Premier continued to buy nice uniforms and expensive cars for his Amapanyaza units, whose work has not statistically had significant reduction to crime. While we are happy for the families of those benefiting from the employment of these young people, our happiness cannot be extended to the family of Ntobentle Nzima, a 5-year-old girl whose lifeless body was found after he had been raped in Duduza last month. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, our happiness cannot extend to the Kipler family who lost their daughter less than 3 months ago after she was shot by her partner. The truth is, Premier, instead of creating a comprehensive gender-based violence combating strategy, the Premier has invested in skewed police visibility campaign. The units you have introduced, Premier, are called Amapanyaza, simply more than a sign of reducing crime. The people of Gauteng see them as vanity project that you have embarked on, to remind them every day that you are the Premier of the province. As the economic freedom fighter, we are here strongly opposed to the Premier and scientific approach to combating crime. The fact that the Premier thinks 3 helicopters and 37 drones is going to reduce crime is embarrassing, to say the least. As the EFF, we have repeatedly called for a two-pronged approach in Gauteng. Firstly, the eliminating of conditions that allow crime to occur and apply of intelligent system in detecting crime for the alternate deterrent crime prevention strategy. The idea that surveilling criminal syndicates is an answer to the end of certain types of crime is miscalculated. The Premier must adopt the EFF police when it speaks to the strengthening of the process that takes place from when criminals are arrested, suspect and criminal prosecution. The fact that the Premier makes absolutely no comment on the ability of criminal investigations to be done in such a manner that all those arrested are arrested with clear, full prosecutorial intent in mind simply means to us that the Department of Community Safety is interested in posting sting operations on Twitter more than they are interested in making sure that these criminals are behind bars. Madam Speaker, the Premier, you spoke here 2 days ago very happily that Education District Director of Johannesburg West, Mr. Alexander Ramekwe, for this district impressive performance in the previous year. We would like to ask you now, Boso Kimang, when those who stole over 500 million in public funds at the Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital are not behind bars. Boso Kimang, when
Your
those
time is
who
up, Honorable Maluka. Honorable Skosana, no, Honorable Maluka, your time is up. Please take your seat. Honorable Skosana.
Honorable Speaker, the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Yusufi, Honorable members of the Gauteng Legislature, the people of Gauteng, I greet you all. Let me start by extending my special greetings as well to the one and only remaining warrior of the revolution of people, the people of South Africa, Jacob Ketehlekisi Zuma, for providing us with an alternative political home when we were sacrificed by the erstwhile trusted African National Congress. We say, besingaba yini ngaphandle kwakho mhlanganyelo. Our province.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members. Proceed, Honorable Skosana.
Our
Honorable
province, Gauteng,
Masoleng,
is
order.
often hailed As an economic hub of South Africa, yet beneath this glittering facade lies the stark reality of inequality, neglect, and systematic failures. The State of the Province address was less than convincing to the people of this province about government's commitment to deal with large housing backlog of the province. Over 1.3 million people that are still on the waiting list are not yet attended to. At the current rate of construction, including the initiatives that the Honorable Premier announced, it will take us about 158 years to clear this backlog. This is absolutely unacceptable. This crisis is further compounded by the ongoing SIU investigations of corruption allegations in the Department of Human Settlement here in Gauteng. The unfinished housing projects in Tembisa, the housing project in Katuras and Fosloras, and those in Akasha and Tshwane sadly represents the broken promises of our people. Umkhonto weSizwe Party therefore remains deeply concerned about the government's capacity to meet this fundamental right to decent shelter and human right that remains a distant dream for many of our people in this province. Honorable Premier, your SOPA address also fell short of providing decisive measures to intervene on behalf of thousands of black families who are denied financial assistance and home loans, particularly by the banking system that continues to perpetuate racial discrimination. The MK Party is convinced that long-term solution for this challenge is the radical transformation of the financial services sector and the reconfiguration of its ownership patterns to reflect the demographics of this country. The MK Party further demands demands a decisive and meaningful intervention from government in this regard. Honorable Premier, I want to draw your attention to this acronym, MAWIGA. MAWIGA is a reference to a settlement
Honorable Skosana, your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Dijakar.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Madam.
Honorable members, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Premier's address offers yet another parade of lofty promises while Gauteng residents face harsh realities of failing infrastructure. Throughout his speech, the Premier Lesotho boasts about Gauteng's economic expertise contributing to over half of South Africa's GDP. Yet, he conveniently omits a crucial truth. This foundation, economic foundation, was largely inherited, not built during the ANC's 31 years of misrule. Instead of building upon the inheritance, we've witnessed systematic deterioration of enabling infrastructure. The Premier's G13 problems are not new challenges, but the accumulated result of decades of mismanagement. He apologizes for water shortages while characterizing it as a Stone Age problem in what he calls a smart province. This admission is striking, considering under his administration and government, they've had years to address these issues. The residents still queue with buckets, while the Premier offers only stopgap solutions, shuffling responsibility between entities without addressing the root causes of a lack of maintenance and inadequate infrastructure spending. On electricity, the Premier announces 1.2 billion rand investment and plans to generate an additional 3,000 megawatts. The Calvin Power Station expansion, the Merafong Solar Project, and waste-to-energy initiatives, these have been discussed for years. Meanwhile, businesses close and investment are deterred by unreliable power and little progress on his promises. The claim of conducting 558 operations in CBDs around the province sounds impressive until you witness the reality of crumbling infrastructure, uncollected garbage, dysfunctional services, and hijacked buildings. Infrastructure vandalism represents a damning indictment on this government's failure. While the Premier mentions closing scrapyards and arresting operators, he fails to address why such vandalism flourishes. A functioning government would implement a comprehensive security measures before infrastructure is destroyed. The road infrastructure plans are recycled promises. 72-hour pothole repair commitment ignores that many roads need complete reconstruction, not patchwork repairs that washes away with the first rains. This is an inland province that is reliant on a functioning road network to move the economy, but instead what you offer is stifling the economic growth. Most concerning is the self-congratulatory tone regarding municipal governance. 2 clean audits from all the municipalities. That's not a success. It's a symptom of systemic failure. A DA government would ensure that municipal budgets speak to what drives economic growth. Under the DA in Gauteng, we will immediately conduct an integrated audit of all water, electricity and roads infrastructure to prioritize maintenance and refurbishment requirements. A DA government will evaluate skills gaps and technical needs and engage private sector expertise for rapid solutions and implement a coordinated strategy to prevent infrastructure collapse. The truth, Mr. Premier, is that Gauteng residents don't need more war rooms or summits or strategies. They need functioning taps, reliable electricity, safe streets and intact roads. So until you acknowledge these failures
Your time is up,
that
Honorable
stem from
Dijaka.
mismanagement, lack of accountability and prioritizing
Honorable Dijaka, your time
political
is up.
appointments over competence, we will continue to hear your recycled grand promises and underwhelming delivery. Thank you.
Honorable Ngubeni.
Honorable Speaker, Premier, members of the legislature and the people of Gauteng, Dumela. Today we stand at the crossroad, Honorable Speaker. We can either continue the cycle of empty promises or selective enforcement, or we can show bold leadership and take our inner cities back from criminal syndicates, illegal operators and lawlessness. The Premier SOPA attempts to paint a picture of progress, but let's be honest, our inner cities are in a crisis. Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni, once economic powerhouses, are now crime-infested, hijacked, and overrun by illegal businesses that undermine law-abiding South Africans. Honorable Speaker, revitalizing our inner cities is not just about infrastructure. It's about restoring law and order. But that requires something this government has lacked for years: political will and decisive leadership. It is undeniable, Speaker, that illegal immigration fuels lawlessness in our inner cities. When individuals enter the country illegally, without documentation or accountability, they become easy recruits for criminal syndicates that hijack buildings, run illicit businesses, and defy our laws without consequence. In Tshwane, under Executive Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moya, working very closely with the ANC, EFF, and other parties in that coalition, we have seen what is possible when leadership is willing to act. Illegal operating shops, scrapyards, unregulated businesses have been shut down. Crime rings linked to counterfeit goods, drugs, and human trafficking have been dismantled. That is a political will in action. Yet in Johannesburg and across the province, government watches from the sidelines, allowing this lawlessness to spread like wildfire. This must stop, Premier. We need decisive action, and we need it now. Honorable Speaker, the disrespect that illegal foreigners show towards our laws and law enforcement agencies is unacceptable. When the police raid illegal establishments, they are attacked by mobs, often by those who should not even be in our country. When bylaws are enforced, criminals simply return the next day because the government lacks the courage to see operations through. When our citizens try to reclaim the communities, they are told they are xenophobic instead of being protected by their own government. This is not xenophobia, Honorable Speaker. This is law and order. Gauteng cannot be a free-for-all for criminals while South Africans are forced to live in fear. We are saying, Premier, let's see a radical shift in our approach. If we are serious about inner city revitalization, we need more than just CCTV cameras and operations for the cameras. We need a permanent, integrated law enforcement plan that tackles crime at its source. We can't have no-go zones in Gauteng. There's no such thing as an area where the police cannot operate. If criminals control that part of our province, then the government has failed. Illegal businesses must be shut down permanently. The Tshwane model of institutionalizing these operations must be expanded province-wide, with illegal operations shut down and their assets seized. Hijacked buildings must be expropriated and repurposed. The days of slumlords and crime bosses profiting from illegal rentals must end. These buildings must be reclaimed for affordable housing and economic development. Border control must be strengthened. We need Home Affairs to work closely with SAPS and municipal law enforcement to arrest and deport illegal immigrants involved in crime. Community policing is also very important. We must restore law enforcement credibility by empowering our communities to work with authorities in rooting out criminals. We must be clear, Premier, citizens are not the enemy, criminals are. Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue on this destructive path. Gauteng cannot become a failed province where foreign criminal syndicates, corrupt officials, and weak leadership allow lawlessness to thrive. The blatant disregard of our laws, whether by criminals, illegal operators, or those who enable them, is a direct result of our government failure to act decisively. This is not just a failure of governance. It is a betrayal of the people of Gauteng who deserve to live in a safe and thriving communities. We ask you, Premier, to please ensure that you emphasize on this when you engage with the municipal authorities on reclaiming our cities. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Gentile.
Somlomo walendlu yowisomthetho inkulumbuso yaseGauteng abaphathiswa bonke bamasebe eliphondo umbhexeshi oyinhloko weqela elilawulayo amalungu onke ahloniphekileyo alendlu abahlali kuzo zonke ikona zeliphondo ngalentsasa molweni. Madam Speaker, 9 months ago, the will of the people through an electorate placed the leadership of this province and this country in the hands of a collective parties in what led to a formation of government of provincial unity. Just like nature, elections have a way of teaching us profound lessons, especially if we were to take time to observe and reflect. Lessons in our case are of coexistence and recognizing the different views of diverse political parties within government. President Matamela Ramaphosa correctly puts this when he says, what brings us together is the overriding commitment to a joint national effort to reconcile our nation and to improve its well-being. This point is also emphasized by Haile Selassie of Ethiopia when he says, history teaches us that the unity is strength, and he further cautions us to submerge and overcome our differences in the quest for common goals. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the Premier on the thoughtful, powerful, well-delivered SOPA that is in touch with the realities of our people in this province, but on him further going to propose solid solutions to all identified challenges that our people face. No matter the amount of popularity seeking, virtue posturing can beat the actual execution, because this is where the tire hits the tarmac. It is the consistency of actions that show the true character, Premier, and not the decorated speeches of armchair critics. Madam Speaker, in August 2024, on the occasion of the first SOPA of this administration, the Premier said, we can embark on an ambitious program to create jobs, fight unemployment, but if we do not defeat the scourge of crime, all these will remain a pipe dream. Crime and corruption remain a fungus on the soil of our society in this province. For this reason, fighting crime must be the apex priority which commands urgent attention of this provincial government. The Premier has reassured the people of this province to continue to ramp up measures to drastically reduce crimes, and the commitments made to arrest the rapid increase of land invasions and illegal mining, to stamp out drugs, dealing, and drug use, to eliminate the culture of hired killings in Kabi in hostels, to eradicate the possession of illegal firearms, to prevent car hijacking, but also to empathetically protect children, women from perpetrators of gender-based violence, kidnappers, and human traffickers. And this must be done in accordance to the 6 pillars of the NSP on the GPV. The Premier has invited municipalities and the private sector firms to join law enforcement agencies and provincial government in this epic battle for the soul of this province. The process of improving the coordination and the integration of this operation has already begun. Honourable members, the deployment of the hundreds of visible policing vehicles, helicopters, the drones in high crime areas are also linked to the interim command centers that are working closely with other law enforcement agencies. This points to the progress that this government is making in continuation of the work started by the 6th administration. Additionally, thousands of e-panic buttons that were distributed to the citizens are part of the e-policing initiatives. The plan to overhaul the vehicle number plate regime to disrupt the involvement of vehicles in criminality is also underway, as mentioned by the Premier. But, Madam Speaker, the people who say that this administration is not giving measurable updates must be really suffering from selective amnesia. In the SOPA earlier this week, the Premier reported the efforts of appointing wardens, establishing an air wing with 3 helicopters introducing panic buttons, and pointing out our province with the CCTV cameras have already yielded results. As the last crime statistics released by the Minister of Police recently have shown a drastic decline in major crimes in our province. Working closely with other law enforcement agencies, the Premier will be signing a memorandum of cooperation, as you would have indicated, with the police municipalities to ensure effective crime fighting and that each municipal law enforcement agency will be able to operate across boundaries. This is all in recognition of the fact that nothing is more devastating to a community than an out-of-control crime. Honourable members, Amilcar Cabral teaches us that we must not tell lies and claim easy victory. And the truth is that we have heard in the SOPA 558 anti-crime operations were conducted in the CBD across our province. The installation of the cameras monitored through the interim command center in the small street have now come into full force. These efforts have already seen 21,000 license number recognition hits, over 6,000 crime dispatches, more than 800 vehicle interceptions, with 256 vehicles of interest impounded and 148 arrests. So numbers indeed don't lie, Premier. Madam Speaker, for the first time in the history of our township, our government has now installed hundreds of CCTV cameras. These are CCTV cameras, 300 in crime hotspot areas, 6,000 CCTV cameras feeds across the province in partnership with Vumacam. And the additional CCTV sites are still to be concluded early next year. Today, the distribution of 2,000 manual panic buttons and over 100,000 subscribers who have downloaded the ePanic app are benefiting from this process. And the total number of call-outs received as a response from the app are sitting at around 49,000, with an acknowledgement response of around 3.5 minutes. It's the late President Mandela that reminds us that safety and security don't just happen. They are a result of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens of our society, a life free of violence, and all of us must be committed to it. Honourable members, I would like for us now to note the significant progress that our government is making in education sector, we're of the strong view that the improved quality of education and expanded skill development programs are crucial for empowering the workforce and reducing unemployment of our province. And as such, in July last year, when President Cyril Ramaphosa committed our government to focus on achieving universal access to early childhood development, which is a prerequisite for improved learning in later years, ensuring schools that are conducive space for education and learning, with enough classrooms, safe and appropriate sanitation facilities, clean water and a daily meal for those who need it, amongst other things. Honourable members, our Premier has followed on this commitment. 6 hostels in which early childhood development centres will be prioritised and have been identified. And this intervention will eventually be expanded to 15 more hostels across the province. The expansion of this comprehensive educational improvement programs is done through the implementation of the language and reading improvement and maths program aimed at addressing the challenges of our children who cannot read for meaning. Quality public education is key to empowering our kids. Our government's commitment to creating high-quality, inclusive education system is already delivering real impactful results. ANC government's investment in township education is yielding results. This is as the gap in the national senior certificate performance between townships and schools, former Middle C schools, has now reduced substantially. We've heard from the Premier that for the first time from 1994, the Gauteng's top learner in the NCS exams, Musa Wenkosi, who was also joining us in the SOPA, is from KwaThema. Musa outperformed students in the public and independent institutions who were writing the NCS. This achievement highlights the significant improvement in education, Premier, with the public schools, where 2/3 of Gauteng's bachelor passes now originate. Honourable members, I want to submit here today in support of the actions of the ANC government, which is doing everything possible to fulfill the commitment to its people and the Gauteng youth to lead and excel in an artificial intelligence-driven world through the schools of specialization. We submit that the implementation of multi-certification program, which seeks to ensure that young people exit. In conclusion, Madam Speaker.
Your time is up, Honourable Gentile.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable members, can we just please be orderly? Do not remind me of the time I have right in front of me, what time is allocated to the members, and I'm keeping my eye on it. So let's keep decorum in the House. Do not respond to the Speaker. Thank you. Honourable Rasidingwan.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, members of the Gauteng Legislature, the people of Gauteng Province, Ndimacheroni. Honourable Speaker, this government has the audacity yet again to promise 18 new schools, yet it has failed to complete the ones it has started. The 2.5 billion set aside to build 18 schools, a so-called path-breaking project under the government messy project management track record. This is not an investment in education, but a guaranteed jackpot for mismanagement and corruption. Gauteng is filled with ghost of failed school projects. Building that school should be places of learning, but instead that stand as monument to the government incompetence. Relivokile Secondary School, Honourable Premier, your government has left the school ghosted and it continues to sink deep underground. Lakeside Primary School, 55 million later, the school is still in crisis. How does government spend so much and leave the school with even more problems? Simpato Secondary School, your government yet again, Honourable Premier, had delayed the completion of this much-needed project. Riboni Laga, leading to children in this community subjected to overcrowded classes and denied the dignity of proper education because your government, Honourable Premier, cannot manage the project or hold anyone accountable. If your government was serious about solving the school infrastructure in this province, you would have stood in front of us on Monday and announced concrete plans to fix this mess first, plans to fast-track every delayed project, and plans to hold every failed contractor accountable. But yet, you stood in front of us and promised and made just more further announcement. Because when announcements are made, billions are allocated, schools don't get built, but bank accounts do. Learners don't get classes, but contractors continue to get paid, while officials celebrate another grand announcement. A DA-led Gauteng government will dissolve the incompetent Department of Infrastructure Development and ensure that education is responsible for building its school.
Your
The
time is up.
department has...
Honorable Rasidingwane, it's time.
Thank you.
Honorable Evans.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Premier, Honourable Members, and the people of Gauteng. Honourable Premier, you mentioned in your State of the Province address of 2024, you actually emphasized the critical importance of combating crime, declaring it the province's apex priority. On Monday again, you mentioned that 442 kingpins have been identified and profiled. I sincerely hope that amongst that number of people, the kingpins who issues illegal firearms to our children to kill themselves and communities and place communities under siege. In other words, children are holding us hostages in our own communities. The minority rules the majority, and it's unfair. Gauteng has seen an increase in gun-related incidents. I'm wondering what data the province has on the source of illegal firearms in these crimes. How does the province collaborate with SEPs and other agencies to track and dismantle illegal gun supply networks? Are there any measures in place to ensure stricter firearm regulations and prevent legal guns from falling into criminal hands? And it makes me wonder how many illegal firearms have been seized by the Gauteng law enforcement in the past year. Are there any strategies being implemented to increase the recoveries? And the allocation of 250 SEPS vehicles and 400 visible policing cars. Which areas have benefited? Because I live in a gun-wielding, drug-infested area. And I have to really, really not agree with what was said here, because we don't have visible policing, sir. Are there any measures in place to prevent corruption or abuse of the new policing resources that was supposed to be issued last year? And I need to know, are there any plans in place to introduce crime prevention in our schools and communities to address the roots of these crimes? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Evans. Honorable A.D. Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Premier Lesufi, members of this House, ladies and gentlemen. Premier Lesufi, we are encouraged that you are actually looking at foreign investments into Gauteng. The investments that have been made into Gauteng have been based on existing companies working in Gauteng and not new investments. New investments are very important, for we have reached a crossroads as a country and as a province, where the decisions we make today will dictate if the final tip over the brink will take place at the crash into a failed province status, or whether we get the basics right and set the province on the road of economic growth and broad-based prosperity. For years, this province has suffered under the scourge of low economic growth. As a result, we have also witnessed the fragmentation of the electorate amongst a myriad of political parties in Gauteng. The disaffection runs so deep that a great deal of the electorate has simply decided to stay home instead of participating in a system designed to amplify their voices, as they experience instead that their voices and pleas fall on deaf ears. Premier Lesufi, I think you will agree that we need to listen to the voice of the voters more than ever before. And what they want is sustainable employment, not government handouts, that at best must be a temporary measure. As for the Gauteng government social assistance programs, this tap will also eventually run dry due to a shrinking tax base, so we need more investments. This presents the country in Gauteng with a perfect storm. It is in times like this that leadership is tested. History has shown and is now demanding from the ANC to choose the moral high ground, the virtuous path that leads to emancipation of everyone still mired in poverty. What is the correct road then? History has shown us this. Government must establish business-friendly policies that create a safe and entrepreneurial environment. South Korea, Singapore, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Mauritius have led the way. Many other examples abound. This is the way forward, Premier. Gauteng can get back on track if the Gauteng government can convince the national government of national unity to make the all-important policy shifts. We need policy reform. And then this provincial government can make its own policy adjustments to align with international best practice, the way we have seen to lift people out of poverty. We are convinced that sustainable international investments into Gauteng will ensure broad-based empowerment, much better than any BBBE program that is notorious for empowering only a few usual suspects. Most investors already have very good ideas on how they can contribute to social upliftment in this province over and above boosting Gauteng's economy. We must listen to them as we listen to the electorate. Premier, this country and this province is a special place.
Your time is up, Honorable Alberts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Cheke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Premier Lesufi painted a picture of a Gauteng that I wished I lived in, but certainly did not live in. When he was talking about gender-based violence, he mentioned that his government would work closely with courts and universities. The work with the university is still to be seen, but I have no faith based on how GBV in other areas have been dealt with. Courts are intimidating spaces. The starting point should be to ensure that women and children are not victimized by staff at the various courts when they attend court cases for GBV, including when they appear for maintenance, like Tembisa Court. This behavior lends itself to victims opting to drop cases and perpetrators getting away with their crimes. GBV is not going to be addressed when NPOs that support women are shutting down. The department has failed to utilize the 6 donated buildings from the National Department of Infrastructure as shelters. Every police station should have a well-functioning victim-friendly room that tackles intake trauma and assists victims in preparing for court against the perpetrators. It seems that drug dealers seem to be winning the war. FNF Treatment Center, sick bays and admissions in Cullinan, which the Premier talked about, is rehabilitating people and doing a good job in that regard. However, during a committee oversight, we discovered that there's no skills development to enhance the rehabilitation. So people are sent back into their communities after rehabilitation without skills training to empower them to fight the temptation to relapse. When Kanyisa was closed down and defunded, there was no backup plan to absorb the patients from this facility. There are facilities such as Tembisa Rehabilitation Center, which have been in planning phase since 2018. No construction yet money is being spent every year. No accountability within the Department of Social Development, blaming the Department of Infrastructure and vice versa. Premier, you're ultimately accountable and should ensure facilities are completed without wasting any more taxpayers' money. The homelessness strategy of Gauteng is working very poorly. Mothers are complaining that government is destroying families. A homeless woman is taken to a shelter and her children to an orphanage or a CYCC. The situation is worse when the child is over 18 God forbid if it's a boy child. Gauteng does not seem to have an appetite for family shelters. These shelters would resolve many challenges, and when they are set up properly, they would also cater for the LGBTIQ+ community. Gauteng is not doing enough to have transition shelters. Some NPOs are innovative in their facilities to assist the homeless, and transition facilities link people with employment and accommodation for the future, where they then pay for themselves. A DA government supports such progressive solutions. Solutions come from those who use programs daily, the NPOs and the beneficiaries. ANC's solution was to chop the funding of this innovator. I would have welcomed the dignity packs and school uniforms, but cooperatives making school uniforms operate in the most abused space in Gauteng. The poor NGOs are given orders late and with no purchase orders. This results in them being unable to measure learners on time so that the uniform are delivered in time for the opening of schools in January. With the time pressure, they end up having to hire additional people, which decreases their profit margins, or them buying from retailers, which defeats the purpose of them making the uniforms. Without purchase orders, they cannot go to the banks for funding to buy things like thread and cloth. Instead, they end up with the loan sharks. Yes, bomashonisa. A DA government would give cooperatives school uniforms on time with purchase orders. ANC needs to stop sending our people into bomashonisa's hands. There is hope for the vulnerable, and that hope will come from a DA government. Premier, I want to take you to an issue in Kempton, in Tembisa. Tembisa, every house you visit, there's storage leaks. If we are saying infrastructure is perfect, it looks nothing perfect. People are sitting in flooded storage. Whether you go to Ward 14, whether you go to Ward 9, people's houses are sitting in storage. The storage infrastructure needs a complete overhaul. Replace the bursting pipes so people don't live in the storage. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ncheke. Honorable Boho.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Madam Speaker, the Premier of Gauteng, the people of the province of Gauteng, and the honorable members of this legislature. The Economic Freedom Fighters is less than excited to be here in this house today to respond to the falsely ambitious and overly hyped State of the Province address delivered by the Premier 2 days ago. We have no excitement because, Madam Speaker, for 3 years the Premier has come before the people of Gauteng with huge numbers that are not aligned with any tangible funding program, numbers that have no on-the-ground testability and are completely devoid of any proper accounting nor reporting. In fact, at this rate, we are falling for the temptation of coining a new name for the Premier. As the EFF, we are very tempted to start calling Honorable Premier Mr. Number. Honorable Premier, aka Mr. Number, says that the City of Johannesburg has approved the concept for development of the Grand Central Mixed Housing Project, which will yield housing opportunities for 81,000 beneficiaries, bringing the housing backlog to under 500,000. While we can be impressed with that, Mr. Number forgets that according to the reports from his own department, the housing backlog in this province sits at about 1.3 million. How does the introduction of 81,000 housing units reduce the backlog to under 500,000? The Premier must admit that as of 2025, this province has the capacity to build only the 4,800 houses he has promised in Germiston, even if they will be built at that. The Premier says Gauteng is on hand for 3,000 megawatts, and then mentions that he and his BRICS partners have committed to a solar farm that will produce 100 megawatts along the R8 in Soshanguve, and that the solar farm will be built in Mirafong to generate 400 megawatts. That the combined output of the revitalized power stations in Joburg will produce 200 megawatts. The Premier is confused because if you looked at the projections from as far back as 2021, the amount of electricity that Gauteng needs, with factors such as developing industries, urban settlements, commerce, and increasing population, the demand is actually 16,686 megawatts. In as far as economic development is concerned, it is numbers on numbers on numbers. Honorable Premier, it is high time that this administration admits that it has no clear economic development strategy that does not rely on handing over the developmental fate of this province over to the private sector. With so many special economic zones, so many incentives given to big businesses, and large concessions made to allow and enable big businesses to operate in this province, the number of jobs and multipliers remains beyond disappointing. None of these economic zones, whether in reality or in prediction, have the ability to provide even 5,000 positions of permanent employment. The township economic model continues to focus on front-end services that leaves our youth with firstly minimal skills and secondly skills and outputs that have very little access to the broader market, which remains dominated by the economic pillaging he has invited to this province. As the EFF want to say it again, that the current economic development strategy creates the vicious cycle of having minimally skilled base, insubstantial enterprises that have no real capacity to interact with the broader market, which in most cases is unwilling to engage with them. Essentially, it is the view of the EFF that the formal and small businesses upliftment should necessarily mean the state putting in an effort to create an equal and sizable footing for these small businesses within the public business environment. Industrial cities such as Premier's own BRICS partners have in their countries and are industrializing giants today because they were acutely aware of the need to take this approach. The state must now invest in creating small and large-scale enterprises for robust market and industrial competition.
Your time is up,
Honorable Premier, made a lousy attempt to wow this province by mentioning 6.1 billion invested, 3 billion invested there, and an airport.
Honorable Poho, your time is up. Honorable Poho. Honorable Poho. Honorable Dlamini has apologized. Honorable Mutara. Honorable Mutara.
My apologies, Speaker. I was reading the speakers list. Honorable Speaker, the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, members of the executive, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, esteemed members of the provincial legislature, members of the media, the people of Gauteng, who are the heart and soul of our vibrant province. Premier Lesufi, in his State of the Province address delivered at the Tshwane Special Economic Zone, laid out a vision of progress and resilience, a vision that resonates with the hopes and dreams of every resident of Gauteng. Not only am I a member of this legislature, but I too am a resident of this beautiful province. I too have hopes and dreams for a great future, and I too could relate at a very real level the challenges that we face as a province that the Premier didn't shy away from acknowledging and admitting to. The Premier's address highlighted a crucial truth. Our province is a beacon of economic strength. Our economy grew by 1.2%, surpassing the national average of 0.4%, and contributing over half of South Africa's GDP growth. These are not just abstract figures, they represent the hard work, the innovation, and the unwavering spirit of our people. It represents the ability of more residents to put food on their tables, to clothe their families, and to restore their dignity. This economic growth is profoundly significant for human settlements, particularly in the context of migration. Gauteng is a province of opportunity, a place where people come to build a better life. This influx of people, while a testament to our province's allure, creates immense pressure on our infrastructure. When people migrate to Gauteng, they are not just seeking jobs, they are seeking a place to call home, a place where their children can grow up in safety and security, a place where they can build a future. This is why our human settlement strategy must be intrinsically linked to our economic development. This is why and how Gauteng championed the innovative and groundbreaking mega-project housing development strategy. It brings together the private sector, approving developments that are multi-typology housing, both subsidized and non-subsidized, so both RDPs, bonded, and rental stock. These mega projects allow the state and the private sector to share the risks in relation to the creation of new towns. The private sector has to contribute towards bulk infrastructure, as well as social and economic infrastructure, while the state provides for the full amount of the subsidized housing. The 1.2% growth means more resources to invest in housing, more opportunities to create jobs, and more capacity to improve the living conditions of our people. When we create jobs, we empower individuals to afford decent housing. When we invest in infrastructure, we create the foundations for sustainable communities. When we foster economic growth, we create a climate of hope and opportunity. The Premier's announcement of over 832,150 new jobs through infrastructure projects, manufacturing expansions, and public sector initiatives is a source of immense hope. The 6.1 billion rand expansion of the Tshwane Automotive SEZ, generating 6,150 jobs, and the 220 billion infrastructure pipeline, creating over 51,000 construction and post-construction jobs, are not just economic milestones. They are pathways to dignity, pathways to security, pathways to a better life. The upcoming Gauteng Investment Conference in April 2025, with its goal of securing a further 800 billion rand in new pledges, underscores our commitment to creating a future where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. This investment will translate into more houses, more jobs, and more opportunities for our people. Honourable Speaker, our economic growth is not just about numbers. It's about people. It's about the single mother who dreams of a safe home for her children, the young graduate who seeks a chance to build a career, the elderly resident who deserves to live in dignity. Madam Speaker, Honourable Msimang decries that the Rapid Land Release Programme has not worked or has not even taken off. Let me give him factual data on what we have released as service stands for those who want to build for themselves. In Sedibeng, 1,940. In the West Rand, 1,172. In Ekurhuleni, 2,750. It gives us a total of 5,862. But let me report that there are real shortcomings in the program, and we are undergoing a comprehensive review. It's not as simple as you think, Honourable Msimang, to just issue a title deed, a piece of service land, and we go on our merry way while beneficiaries are left to build on their own. So we are looking at the shortcomings and improving the program so that it gives us the intended outcomes. Honourable Speaker, allow me also to correct an untruth which was presented as fact here by Honourable Msimang. Again, of all the mega developments currently being implemented in the province, only one is not performing, and that is Montrose. But as I speak, there is dust flying at Mpumelelo, Sebokeng Extension 28 and 30, Obed Ntombeni, Clayville, Helderwyk, John Dubed, Rugehevel, Western Mega, Western Area, Borwa, Goutrand, and Lufering. We will complete the work at Riverside View and Elijah Bachai in this term. We will commence work at Tanganani in the next financial year. But we have one mega project which is at risk of going nowhere slowly, Savannah City. Do you want to know the reasons why? It's because the Mid-Vaal municipality has not given the approval for the commencement of the construction of RDPs, and instead is demanding that the commercial stock be built first. So back to our criticism of the DA and its attitude towards providing houses to the most vulnerable. You can stand here in the House and grandstand, but actions speak for themselves. The DA would rather prioritize the haves as opposed to the have-nots. They would rather prioritize the privileged as opposed to the vulnerable. Honourable Speaker, we are living in challenging times. The global economic downturn has placed immense pressure on our resources. But even in these difficult times, we must remember the power of hope, the power of resilience, and the power of love. Let's give the people of Gauteng the greatest gift of all, a growing economy, access to basic services, and thriving human settlements. We are not just building houses, we are building communities. We are building a future where everyone has the opportunity to thrive, where everyone feels a sense of belonging, and where everyone can live with dignity and pride. We understand that the challenges facing our human settlement sector are complex and multifaceted. We are committed to working tirelessly to find innovative solutions, to partner with communities, the private sector and civil society, and to build a Gauteng where everyone has the opportunity to reach their full potential. Premier, I think the next SOPAs should be held at Tambo SEZ, where since 2019 we house the second largest food factory in the world. Sitting on 22,735 square meters of land, we proudly produce food for both local and export markets, all made possible by the support, vision, and commitment by the Gauteng government. Perhaps we should host a future SOPA at the community hall built at Den Plume, a component of the overall mega development there. And maybe, just maybe, as the Chief Whip suggested, we should host SOPA at one of the state-of-the-art clinics that have recently been built. In closing, I'm reminded of the words of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said, and I quote, "Do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world." Close quote. Let us each do our little bit of good. Let us work together to build a Gauteng where everyone has the opportunity to live a life of dignity and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mutara. Honourable Bloom. Okay, honourable members, please. Do
Let me
proceed.
start again. Madam Speaker, this is a photo of an Aston Martin. It costs more than 3 million rand. Former Premier Nomvula Mokonyane kept it secretly in her garage after she was given it as a gift for her 50th birthday. According to evidence from the Zondo Commission, she allegedly received 50,000 rand a month from Bosasa, as well as meat and alcohol, and also allegedly security at her house in Kagiso. During her entire period as Premier, I used to check the Register of Interest, and none of this was declared in the Register of Interest. As you know, Nomvula Mokonyane went on to become the Minister of Water Affairs, where she was a total disaster. Her interference with the tender for Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project is the reason why we're not going to get water from there until 2028, when the original deadline was 2019. But look, why am I raising this? I'm raising this because it shows the devastating effect of arrogance, non-performance and corruption. The A is for arrogance, the N is for non-performance, and the C is for corruption, which gives you ANC. Now, the worst department that exemplifies ANC is the Gauteng Health Department. But the Honourable Premier devoted little time to this department in his SOPA speech. This department has been thoroughly captured by corrupt interests ever since Brian Schlongwa was MEC from 2006 to 2009. His arrogance, non-performance and corruption, ANC, was on full display when he promised a smart card to do away with paper files, and we got a 1.2 billion rand health information system that went nowhere. 18 years later, the Honourable Premier is still promising that paper files and long queues will be gone soon. You know, Honourable Premier, this is a department of endless scandal. I'll go through them. Life Sedimeni, PPE corruption, 500 million rand for the abandoned Anglo Ashanti Hospital, the Fishy Tembisa Hospital tenders, and the assassination of Abita Diakaran, and we could go on and on. But let me give you the latest scandal under your watch. It's the hundreds of cancer patients suffering and dying because the department couldn't spend 250 million rand specifically budgeted for radiation treatment, and the person who's giving me up here as one is the person here who didn't spend that 250 million rand. They're on your conscience, Madam NEC. They should be on your conscience. You didn't spend 250 million rand to save the lives of cancer patients. But last year, Honourable Premier, you promised in your SOPA to, I'm quoting you, Honourable Premier, promptly designate an impartial group headed by cancer specialists to serve as a mediator between the Department of Health and interest groups. Honourable Premier, please tell us what happened to this mediation, because it didn't happen. And please tell us what happened to the 18 private hospitals you were going to buy with worker pension funds. You said a year ago that you had, quote, just signed an agreement to buy these hospitals to convert into public hospitals. Where is this agreement, Honourable Premier? You know, it's another failed promise giving false hope to suffering hospital patients. Now, Honourable Premier, you really need to do something drastic about the failing department, which has a budget of a deficit of 7.3 billion rand. They're running out of budget. And, you know, this is because there's absolute mismanagement. And what I'm saying to you today is you need to fire your health MEC, and you need to fire your head of the department, who you appointed, despite the fact that he's being investigated by the SIU for allegedly participating in a 10 million rand bribe. And this is who you've got heading a department that is notoriously corrupt. So I'm saying to you, Honourable Premier, if you want to go down as the Premier who finally fixed this department by putting the right people in charge, you can do that, or you can continue as the Premier who presides over further health disasters that cause people to suffer in our hospitals and clinics. The choice is yours, Honourable Premier.
Your time is
Thank
up,
you.
Honourable Bloom. Honourable Ali.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Mr. Premier, You are long on promises and short on delivery. On the 15th of August 2024, you stood before this House and you said the following, and I quote, "We will soon, together with ABSA, invest 200 million to prepare our small businesses and our townships, Paza shops, so that they can be in a position to compete against Paza shops owned by foreign citizens." Do you remember that? Another investment that we are proud of comes from CNS Beverages and Food Supply. They've agreed to invest 150 million that is going to be spent in this current year and 300 million in Midrand over the next 3 years. Is it all coming back to you now, Premier? Let me continue to jog your memory. The Ukuvuselela project, a high-capacity freight rail that will be constructed between Tshwane and Port Elizabeth, will be launched soon. This project will create nearly 4,000 construction jobs and just over 1,000 permanent jobs. Premier, these are just 3 of many promises that you made last year and failed to deliver on. Those promises remain unfulfilled, and yet you keep piling on promise upon promise in the 2025 SOPA. If you failed to deliver then, why should we believe you now? We stand confused. We can't figure out whether you're a pathological liar or if you've been deceived. Either outcome is worrisome. You're in the habit of using crafty slogans and clever catchphrases like your latest invention is G13. This to cover up your lack of delivery. If running a province was a matter of good PR, Gauteng would be highly successful. But Premier, a province doesn't thrive on slogans alone, but on every delivery of services promised. In 2024, you promised broadband to townships. A report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development tells us that this was not delivered because private sector partners pulled out. And yet you tell us this year that it's all systems go for this project. I ask, who's fooling who? Last year, you spoke about 18 new schools to be built with a 1.5 billion rand price tag. This year, you repeat that promise, except you hike the price to 2.5 billion. The deception is exhausting. Mr. Premier, you are long on promises and short on delivery. The first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem. For once, be honest. There are no empowered local manufacturers. There are no capacitated spaza shops, and there are no established distribution centers, and they simply never were. This admission will go a long way in reducing the distance between your promises and the delivery of services. The combos must communicate.
Your time is up, Honorable Ali.
I thank you.
Your time is up. Honorable Klaver.
You don't need 14 fees.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of GPL, people of Gauteng, I greet you all. Today I stand before you not just as a representative of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, but as a voice for the millions of Gauteng residents who feel abandoned, betrayed, and left behind by a government that has lost its way. Gauteng has become a province of crumbling infrastructure and growing hopelessness. The time for promises and political posturing is over. The people of Gauteng are tired of potential snippets of jobs, projects, huge investments, with no detailed plan how these will be achieved. The people of Gauteng are demanding accountability, action, and leadership that put their needs first. We acknowledge the transport infrastructure and expansion plans, which includes a Gautrain investment of 120 billion rands to the 4 regions. However, Sidibeng was not mentioned. What are the plans for Sidibeng region to ensure the integration of the 5 regions? There is high congestion in Gauteng roads, leading to accidents and less productivity in the workplace. There are no detailed plans mentioned to revive rail infrastructure in townships and build stations in new areas where rail was never part. It is good and well to expand Gautrain infrastructure. However, it does not resolve the transport issues to benefit the poor masses who cannot afford Gautrain. There is a need to revamp unused coaches to bring them back into line and engage with foreign partners to provide technical support to get locomotives moving. Revamping and expanding the rail system throughout Gauteng will boost township economies, address spatial inequalities, and drive industrialization, thus creating employment. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we suggest that Gauteng government develop technologies to monitor and protect the safety and security of the rail system and its commuters. This will encourage commuters to use the rail system and minimize road congestion. Honorable Premier, we acknowledge agro-processing initiatives. However, our people are still without sufficient land to participate meaningfully in agriculture sector. Gauteng's agriculture sector declined in 2024 due to lack of government support. The impact of this decline is food insecurity and high food cost. Agriculture is a sector with significant potential for employment and economic development based on equitable land reform. What are the plans to reform government land for agricultural purposes? Our people cannot be spectators in the value chain and continue to be consumers, but they must be producers so that the initiatives of agro-processing can be supported. As MK Party, we will continue to monitor development based on SOPA.
Your time is up, Honorable
our
Klaver.
forefathers' fight was for land, which is the foundational
Your
issue.
time is up, Honorable Klaver. Thank you. Honorable Klaver. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Living in Gauteng is not for the faint-hearted. If you're going to live here and raise a family, you need to be strong and prepared for the worst. You're lucky if you have water and electricity every day. There's definitely no water at night from Melville to Soweto. Crime is out of control and infrastructure is crumbling. The slice of the job pie keeps getting smaller and smaller. The economy is not growing fast enough, and this is affecting generations with no hope in sight. Unfortunately, Premier, you failed to inspire hope on Monday night and instead continue selling us dreams. The Gauteng described by Premier Lesofie feels so far removed from reality, out of touch, and devoid of what we see and experience every day. Growing up in Gauteng, in Johannesburg, I have witnessed firsthand the decline of a province that should be performing amongst the best in the world. Yet we remain second fiddle to the province that shall not be mentioned. Now, if you live in the many townships across Gauteng, your experience of this province is defined by a lack of basic services and a lack of opportunity. We all know this is the reality. We breathe it, we see it, we feel it. Yet Premier Lesofie shamelessly gaslights us into believing that the township economy is thriving while robbing too many of opportunities. The opportunity to earn a decent living, to open a business and be successful, to have an SMME and operate out of a state-of-the-art industrial park, to grow generational wealth and influence industries, the opportunity to have a job after graduating. If we go by what the Premier is saying, we should see a bustling township economy stretching from Mamelodi to Tokoza to Tukumsrus and Aldos. Township businesses should be shaping the economy, contributing to the GDP and creating millions of jobs. Yet only 30 local products making it to the markets, 14 more hoping to receive ISO certification, and 50 businesses seeking development support. Are these numbers supposed to impress us? These double-digit figures in a province where thousands are desperately waiting for opportunities. While any progress is welcomed, it does not compare to the scale of the need. Bragging about training 220 young people is madness. This is a mere drop in the vast ocean of unemployment, and frankly, Premier, I would be embarrassed to repeat this with such confidence. You failed to speak about the empty shelves at distribution centers, an initiative you once championed, but couldn't even give us an update. Why? Because it has collapsed. You could have saved face by offering a genuine mea culpa, an acknowledgement that you have let the people in the townships down and used their struggles for political gain, but you did not. It is time to take accountability and admit that Gauteng's township economy strategy needs redirection. Good leadership means taking stock and pivoting where and when necessary, but clearly we don't have this in Gauteng. Mr. Premier, I visited several industrial parks and wow, what a disgrace. With so many industrial parks in Gauteng, one would imagine that business is booming, that people are making a success of their business and living the dream. Nope. Instead, I found failing infrastructure, a lack of basic services, non-existent property management, and spaces literally turning into junkyards. The industrial parks have so much potential, but this government lacks any spark of creativity or innovation. Gauteng has the responsibility to ensure these parks work for small businesses. The province must explore private-public partnerships as a way forward. Premier Lesofie, if you will pay attention over here, I'm just going to come out and say it. I was not impressed by your SOPA. In fact, it was a mess of letdown. You had the opportunity to inspire hope and you squandered it with more falsehoods. It is truly a shame that this is what we are stuck with, even after the voters have spoken. Premier Lesofie, to you and your executive, Gauteng deserves so much better. I thank you.
Honorable Adams, thank you. Honorable Sharif. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Lesofie, MPLs, people of Gauteng. Honorable Premier, let me take my response to the SOPA from this angle. According to the research conducted by the Institute of Race Relations, South Africa currently has 142 race-based laws on the statute books. Honorable Premier, this is a fact that all South Africans who believe in a truly just society, where all are treated equally, should be deeply concerned about. It is common knowledge, Honorable Premier, honorable members, that the National Party government did not preside over a just society. Central to its policies of apartheid was a laundry list of racial laws that gave preferential treatment to white South Africans at the expense of their black counterparts. These racial laws had a profoundly detrimental impact on the country and our province. They entrenched racial inequality, polarized society, and a tarnished reputation. Honorable Premier, the democratic breakthrough of 1994 should have signaled the end of an era of racial discrimination and a shift towards a truly fair society where all people are treated equally regardless of their skin color. May I say, Honorable Premier, students do not have equal access to tertiary education, a clear violation of the principles of equality and merit. Let me say, Honorable Speaker, we do not realize or refuse to acknowledge that racial laws have continued to impact the province negatively under a democratic dispensation. Honorable Lesofie, Premier, there is no question about the importance of empowering the disadvantaged, but this empowerment, in my view, must not and did not come at the expense of other groups, especially the colored people. Honorable Premier, I admonish you with a broken heart and a burdened heart, together with your executive, to please start looking at the areas. It's now mixed, but preferably the colored areas, who in my view is currently neglected and forgotten. And this, Honorable Premier, you know me, is not a racist statement, but a reality. And you know I have been lamenting this over and over again. May I call you in this house, every political party, take hands together. Let us build, not at the expense of one group to another. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Ramukopa has apologized. Honorable Bosch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Premier Lesofie outlined 13 critical issues facing our province in his State of the Province address. But one stood out, and that is crime. For the first time, he didn't make all sorts of promises, but he tried to say what he's done. He claimed that his initiatives are making a difference and that we are gaining control over crime through the wardens. However, I would like to challenge this assertion. While on my way to SOPA, I encountered several wardens directing traffic who confirmed that they were still on stipends, not permanent contracts. I've received messages from wardens asking for help as they continue to wait for their promised permanent employment. Premier Lesofie has not only failed to deliver on his promises for 3 consecutive SOPAs, but has also misled the public with confidence. This is not the ethical behaviour expected from the leader of our province. The erosion of trust within your own party, Premier Lesofie, leading to the disbandment of your provincial structure speaks volumes. The recent crime statistics showing 1,600 murders in just the last quarter highlight systemic failures rather than any control over crime. There must be accountability for these failures. The Premier also proclaimed his commitment to combating land invasions through a dedicated unit. Yet when I approached the police to assist a businessman in Tshwane whose land has been invaded, I found no help from them. The perpetrators remain at large while the rightful owner suffers financially. 2 weeks ago, I wrote directly to you, Mr. Premier, seeking your intervention as both the Premier and the MEC for community safety, but I haven't even received an acknowledgement from you. In contrast, former MEC Faith Masibuku always responded and assisted me when I reached out to her, even if it was in the middle of the night. Your apparent disinterest in this matter shows once again that this department does not belong in your office. One of the major concerns from Monday's SOPA requires your immediate attention, so I please want you to make notes because you need to respond on this part. You stated in your written speech, the one that was handed out to us, and I quote, "In addition to the national cooperation, Gauteng will go a step further by signing a memorandum of cooperation with the South African Police Service and municipalities to ensure that we effectively fight crime. Each municipal law enforcement agency will be able to operate across boundaries," close quote. However, during your address, you made a conflicting statement, and I want to quote you verbatim because I went to listen to it again. "We have taken all the municipalities' law enforcement agencies and we have combined them to be under the command of the South African Police Service, and they can be deployed to any municipality without worrying about boundaries." Good people, what this means now, if we want to flush the people in the CBD of Johannesburg, we will pull all the law enforcement agencies from the other municipalities and go there and fight crime. Mr. Premier, this statement is irrational, unwise, reckless, unconstitutional, and dangerous. This raises serious questions. Are these agencies to operate freely, or have you effectively nationalized our Metro Police? What becomes of traffic and bylaw enforcement if you strip them of their autonomy and remove them from the allocated areas? Nationalizing the Metro Police under SAPS could jeopardize local governance and community safety. This centralization risks diluting accountability with local issues overshadowed by broader national priorities. Bylaw enforcement, which requires understanding of local context, may suffer as SAPS prioritizes crime fighting over regulatory compliance. This shift could erode community trust and cooperation, as residents might feel disconnected from the policing body even more than what they already do. This could also lead to more infractions and decreased public safety and higher crime levels. Mr. Premier, this SOPA was a waste of resources and failed to address the pressing issues in our province. The Democratic Alliance will continue to monitor these developments and advocate for the devolution of powers instead of centralization. We urge you to transfer this department from your office once again and appoint a dedicated MEC that is focused on crime to restore the trust amongst the residents in this province. These are lives at stake. This is our family, our friends, our colleagues. It's not a matter of cheap politics. And we as a DA will not rest until the necessary changes
Your time is up, Honorable Bosch. Thank you. Honorable Nkani.
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Premier of Gauteng, Chief Whip of Umkhonto weSizwe, members and the community of Gauteng, all guests, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, the GNU is the right-wing concept that has failed And we all know that GNU has failed almost in many areas. Politically, we are not the same. The oppressor and the oppressed cannot speak the same language, socially, politically, and otherwise. We condemn some of the things that mushroomed from that concept, especially the selling of the land or selling of some state-owned assets. In fact, once you start selling the land for business or any other purpose, that kind of leadership, they are just sellouts. We can't, as MK, allow that, and will call for this government to stop that mentality with immediate effect. Deliberate killing of 23 children in 2024, which 441 of them were on emergency attention. That thing by the ANC, in fact, we are taking another way of trying to motivate things that are not motivatable. We are acting against the laws of the country by allowing illegal immigrants to start applying for business permissions, which is against the Act. So out of this 65% that has been permitted around the country, I don't know how much is in Gauteng, but I know the biggest number is in Gauteng. So Gauteng is already acting against the laws of the country by giving small businesses to immigrant of this country, in this country. The issue of Kleinfontein remains contentious. This is the Afrikaner-only settlement near Pretoria, which continues to undermine the democratic values and the country's sovereignty integrity. The provincial government is mimicking the GNU acceptance of Oronia as part of our fiscal responsibility, as it has now been granted a municipality status in the Northern Cape under ANC. This is no conception, but ANC government deliberately attention to recognize self-determination of certain groups in this country, as Kleinfontein is one of those right here in Gauteng. In fact, we are also faced with health system in the province has completely collapsed. The Oversight Committee reports clearly portray of unimmigrated crisis, the chronic shortage of healthcare workers, shortage of nurses and doctors, dilapidated infrastructure in some sections of the hospitals under the ANC government failures. This exhibition, legal cost of the department clearly indicate a crisis rendered in the health facility. The Premier is mischievous in using Military Veterans Act. Comrade Premier, Honorable Premier, Military Veterans Act stipulates, and it's clear, that who are the beneficiaries. That includes MKMVA. We don't know of MKLWV, and we don't know why is it recognized in Gauteng, or is it just a party line when you are recognizing something that is not known within the Act. Yeah. So the Act and the conference of the ANC are different things. Yeah. The ANC government also doesn't want to accept the issue of Mfuleni. We have heard in your statement when you say Everton is bright, but Everton was very dark than ever before. So Mfuleni municipality has collapsed, and as Mkonto Wesizwe will ask that municipality to start afresh, and let us all accept that there's nothing that has been done in Mfuleni. The ANC has dismally failed, and its partners who are governing him fully. The black business has been completely sidelined in your speech. After some individual in this house have taken the country into court, challenging the BEE or triple BEE, there's nothing that you are doing for the poor or the marginalized people. They will speak of the marginalized people, but they are doing nothing. And currently we've seen even the province, because of this concept of GNU, we are doing nothing for the black business people. Some of them, especially in the logistics sector, where they will lose their license disc and so forth. And
Honorable Mkani, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the Premier. I
Honorable Masoleng.
Also wanted to greet
There is a presiding officer. No, just hold on, Honorable Makwala. Proceed.
Are you going to keep these minutes? I only have less than 7.
Proceed.
I also wanted to greet the MEC of Finance in his absentia because I do not see him here. We have a nice message from him as the economic freedom fighters that the MEC of Finance utwita kamnandi. And they must continue tweeting at night because it's refreshing. We wanted to also give me a message that we as the economic freedom fighters, we will not fail to pass a budget come March because we understand what this budget means to our people in the province. Be that as it may be, Premier and the Speaker, we come before this House today in the year declared by the economic freedom fighters as the year of the picket lines following a successful third National People's Assembly of the economic freedom fighters. The economic freedom fighters looks to return to the basics and revive grassroots activism, focusing on service delivery and defending our people's rights. The economic freedom fighters in our lifetime is no longer just a slogan, but a rallying call. The economic freedom in our lifetime is the well from which we draw sustenance and hope in the context of hopelessness and what the EFF Commissioner Lady Chirwa in Parliament described as the perils of the Ramaphosa economy, where men in their 30s rely on their mothers for money, for bread. Families lose children daily to nyaupe and crystal meth, while many young people are turned away from life-changing treatment at Life Kanyisa, one of the largest rehabilitation facilities in Gauteng, which was forced to close due to mismanagement of funds by the Department of Social Development. How kind is the Gauteng Premier, Lesufi, who in 2023 promised to uphold the legacy of Emasa Teke and again in 2024 vote not to kill Chris Hani. It is clear that the Lucifer administration kills Hani again every day. The Gauteng housing block stands at 1.3 million, to some of whom on the list have been waiting for houses since 20 years. The Eriguala and the Christian we know never celebrated or criminalized the poor by celebrating the demolition of 6,600 shacks like what you did, Premier. Nor will they support your program of anti-land invasion monitoring tool. It is Frantz Fanon who puts forth that for a colonized people, the most essential value, the most concrete, is first and foremost the land which will bring them bread and above all dignity. The EFF rejects this with contempt, the criminalization of the poor and landless drug dealers due to the failures of the ANC government to provide housing to the people of Gauteng. As part of the year of the picket lines, the EFF will be tabling a motion to publicize the provincial housing waiting list. Our people need to know what happened to their RDPs, and in addition to this, we'll also be approaching the South African Women's Rights Commission over the provincial housing block. Speaker, we see that the Lesotho administration has slightly departed from the elevated priorities and has reconfigured them to the G30. Although we welcome the escalation of the water crisis as a provincial priority, it must be known that the Premier was rather economical with the truth when attributing the present water crisis to merely just power failures in water pumping stations. Gauteng has a water infrastructural crisis. It is estimated, Speaker, that the Gauteng government loses around 49.2% of its treated water due to leaks and unmaintained municipal infrastructure, as well as illegal connections, while Gauteng municipalities collectively owe rainwater 2.9 billion. The city of Johannesburg alone requires 27 billion for immediate upgrades to its water infrastructure. Larger supply, Speaker, from the Lesotho Highland Water Project will not necessarily translate into more water in our taps. Instead, it will be like putting plaster over a gap. Our focus should rather be to put towards a fixing bulk water infrastructure and investing in unlocking our groundwater as a province. The recent research has revealed that the Johannesburg alone has approximately 2.47 million litres of groundwater available to be harnessed. Speaker, Premier Lesotho during his 2023 SOPA declared, and I quote, Gauteng has budgeted 6 billion from our provincial coffers to build new schools. We have received a major boost of 1.5 billion from National Treasury to finally demolish mobile and asbestos schools. We will rebuild 18 new schools in Gauteng. Almost 2 years, Premier. You stand before us and unable to account for these schools that were supposed to be built. Instead, Premier, you do the same old promise and once again promise to construct 18 new schools at a cost of 2.5 billion. Where are the 18 schools, Premier, and what become of the 6 billion to demolish mobile classrooms and asbestos schools? There was also a mention of almost 20 incomplete schools across the province, from Tubelike Secondary, whose construction began in 2016, to Rooster de Val Secondary School, Hillcrest Primary School, Tsako Thabo Primary School, Refitlile Pili Primary School, and Ditau Primary School, of all which remain unfinished. Perhaps the Premier is unaware, but learners at Lizonia Primary School and more than 120 schools around Gauteng are still using spective texts, while 78 other schools are using chemical toilets and lack access to adequate sanitation facilities. With the 1.2.5 billion to consult new schools, we want you, Premier, to assure us today here that no learners in Gauteng by the end of 2025 will be using chemical toilets and septic tanks. As we conclude, Speaker, part of the role of the SOPA should be to highlight the province's achievements and challenges over the past year. This will give a concrete expression to what Amilcar Cabral ideas or termed as hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, exploit lies whenever they are told, and mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, and claim no easy victories. In making difficulties, the Premier made no mention of the numerous incomplete infrastructural projects. It is no secret that the Department of Infrastructure Development has failed to complete and oversee projects, even requiring intervention from the Office of the Premier. A total of 55 projects across the province are in distress, facing challenges such as poor contractor management and delays caused by business forums. This includes projects like the Begestal Social Integrated Facility and the Montrose Mega Housing Project. The construction mafia in Gauteng are free and do as they wish, and this is a proof as the recent Anglo-Ashanti Hospital case, as it is not an isolated incident. Service providers colluding with officials have crippled our province's ability to carry out infrastructural projects. The EFF reiterates, Speaker, its long-held stance that blacklist these contractors, you know them, publicize them, open criminal charges, and retrieve the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makwala. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our economic well-being is measured fundamentally by two things. One is the gross domestic product, otherwise known as GDP, and the other one is the employment rate. Now, the one thing that is a truth is that our own personal wealth is measured by the province's GDP divided by the size of our population. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you remember your fractions from school, if you take that big number and you divide it by another big number, you get your own personal wealth. But the moment that that number below, the so-called denominator, increases faster, then your personal wealth is going lower and lower and lower. Now, contrary to the Premier on Monday, who was crowing about our GDP, and it was re-emphasized this morning by Honourable MEC Matara, who I don't see anymore. The fact is, our growth over the last 10 years has been 1.1%, but the population growth over the same period is 2.6%, more than double. That means that you and I and all of our fellow citizens of Gauteng are getting poorer and poorer and poorer. Now, there was a recent sitting where the Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable Lesego Makupela, raised an important question when we were debating the economy of Gauteng. He asked the question, why is it that the people that have the money to invest do not do so? We should bring them here and get them to tell us why not. That's a very good question and is a very good idea. Well, let's see, because what he now says today is this. He wants to talk about a blame game. He wants to talk about a divided house. Well, if a divided house means that a service delivery cannot function, no service delivery would function in any democracy anywhere in the world. And the fact is, our executive is empowered in spite of whatever divisions are here. They have the power, they are the government, they can deliver if they can. The fact that they don't has nothing to do with whatever debate is taking place here. But I think that what is happening here with Honourable Makabela, our Chief Whip, is that he just doesn't want accountability. He doesn't want our executive to be held accountable for failure, but then he goes on to talk about successes, and he wants us to acknowledge and applaud the successes, yet he wants us to ignore the failure. You can't have it both ways. If you want us to applaud the successes, we will criticize the failure, and so should you, because you are part of this legislature, and it's this legislature that holds this accountable, this executive accountable, not the DA. So what the Premier did on Monday was to correctly link the billions of rands of investment to, that is required to grow our economy, and we need to, by the numbers I said earlier on, be growing more than 3% if we are going to tackle the crippling unemployment that takes place in our province. Then we do need those billions that he talks about, but let's talk about those billions, because what he says in one thing, and that is this speech in this document, is not mirrored by what is in this document, which is the budget. And unless the two are aligned, well, I'm sorry, the Premier's words are no more than a wish list. So let's examine the answers to the Chief Whip's question. How do we get people to invest? Well, firstly and obviously, you must deal with rampant crime. Secondly, you must have reliable service delivery, and we have various comments from colleagues here about service delivery breakdown, and lo and behold, on Monday, even our Premier acknowledged service delivery background. But he wants to tell us that things are happening, and he wants to tell us over the past year that so many megawatts were here, megawatts. Well, I added them up. It was less than 400 megawatts. I want to tell you that the citizens did more by installing 4,000 megawatts of rooftop solar. They did 10 times more than this government in order to solve our electricity prices. And we also have the problem of water supply. You need to deal with this. You also need good governance. You need to curtail the endemic corruption that exists in the provincial government. Honourable Makapele, do these things and the investment will flow. Now, the government is obsessed with BRICS. Now, on Monday, Premier talked about BRICS-backed steel firm, which will soon be established in the area. Was he talking about Sedi Beng, or was he talking about what he went on to explain, 2.5 billion rand steel firm new in Kuruleni? Well, it is not new. It is Score Metals. It is in Wadeville, and it's not BRICS-backed. It's owned by Doron Barnes now, and he is getting his finance from the Industrial Development Corporation, which is a South African agency. So I could go on, Madam Speaker, but I do want to deal with Honourable Gentile, who wants to call us armchair critics. And I want to tell you there are several people on this side that were in government. And so we've been there, we know whereof we speak. I personally was a chief of staff. It was my privilege to be chief of staff to Dr. Mpho Palazzi. And I want to tell you, right now, people are ringing her and they're ringing me and say, we want you back. Well,
Honourable members, Honourable Moriarty.
What you are going to get
Honourable
is
Moriarty, your time is up.
Ambi Masondo, and I wish him well. Thank you.
Honourable Advocate Letsolo.
Which people, Member Moria? No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and the residents of Gauteng. Well, there's a favorite hip-hop song loved by the current generation of our youth, and it's called "They Are Not Like Us," sang by Kendrick Lamar. If only the decorum of the House permitted, I'd have sang this song to premise my contribution to this debate. Notwithstanding, I want to assert that those who besmirch the State of the Province address are not like us, either because they are delusional of the realities that characterize our province and the thought plan that aims to fashion responses to a plethora of problems that the statement unravels. Premier, in a figurative language, we refer to all of these debates as hyperboles, the folly, the extreme folly of imagined the false and imagined realities. It becomes clear as some members of the opposition speak here that they are novices and strange to the process of governance, hence their criticism rings hollow with not much offering on what will drive our province forward beyond open gossip, devoid of any facts, but by regurgitation. Let's expose their folly. Member Msimanga is not like us, hence he will naively brand the SOPA a lie. Your debates to all the SOPAs sounds the same. Since 2019, it sounds the same. There's no blame avoidance, but acceptance of those problems. I mean, this is what really indicates. Residents of Gauteng shouldn't expect any meaningful contributions from the DA that could resolve these identified problems. Likewise, the DA leaders are always bearers of messages of doom and disaster, never visionary in their outlook, and are always pessimistic when visionary plans are articulated. The city of Joburg is on the rise. A mention of a street is not enough. It's on the rise. The statement by the Premier doesn't profess magical solutions, but process-based and not overnight interventions. An attack on Member Msimanga, an attack on our educators, as well as the Bella Act. I mean, it's a cheapish, skate, and I think it's unwarranted. Clearly, we have no appreciation of the labor legislation of this country and are resorting to folly. Lies are usually what the DA tells when they sell their capital-sponsored manifestos to vulnerable communities, when they plunge cities like Tshwane, cities like Ekurhuleni into a debt trap. Madam Speaker, Member Msimanga is not the only one who's not like us. It would be a waste of breath to even conceive of words to rebut the spew by Member Dijanger when he's out of touch with his own reality and gave an underwhelming debate. It is clear from my murmurings that Member Rasi Lingwan is also not like the residents of Gauteng, and neither does not understand them, hence her unintelligible palavering. Whilst there are notable schooling infrastructure challenges, there's a lot more new schools of the future that have been built and delivered by the ANC-led Gauteng government. These are the subtle lies you tell to besmirch the government of the people. I agree with you, Member Nzege, you are out of sync with the reality of our province. I should let MEC Masibuko bring you up to speed in respect of some of the key interventions that have been made to confront and combat the ravaging effects of poverty in our province. I should also give an indication that the prize award for the most regurgitated debates goes to Member Bloom. You need only attend oversight visits, Member Bloom, to get a sense of the progress with regards to the cancer care program and budget spent on oncology infrastructure, as evident in the building of bunkers, both at Dr. George Mukari Hospital as well as the Krisani Bara hospitals, including the purchase of medical and allied equipment such as linear accelerators. But I suppose you wouldn't know because you are hardly ever in attendance during our oversight visits. They are not like us. I think we must repeat that statement. Member Boho, you are quite correct in calling our Premier Mr. Namanamba, because there's a great number of achievements under his stewardship. You can't just profess order and propagate inefficiencies when your own form is questionable. Member Maloka and Member Bosch, let's refer you to the recent crime stats, which scientifically records that violent crimes such as rape as well as murder are on the decrease in Gauteng due to the collaborative efforts by both the subs and the crime wardens. That is a fact. You can check it. It's a recent report. Let me rather not engage on what other members would have said, but safely to say that Member Ngobeni, whilst the issue of illegal immigrants is a serious one. It doesn't reside within the purview of the state of the province. I think it's something that belongs elsewhere, and I think we might want to raise it in those platforms. It is very rich for a representative of a political club such as Member Ali from Ebosa to berate the progress of the provincial government when she fails to rise to the required standards of debating. We are not in a media boardroom where journalistic errands are the order of the day. We are very serious here.
Order,
Here you
order,
can't come up
honorable
with a
members,
journalistic
order.
errand. Journalistic errand. It's
Honorable
not a media
members,
boardroom.
honorable members.
We must give an indication. It's not a media boardroom. here.
Honorable members.
We are very serious here, Member Ali. It's not a media boardroom. Madam Speaker, allow me to succinctly iterate. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to succinctly iterate
Honorable
some
Masilela.
of the critical points. Allow me to iterate some of the critical points that the statement makes on both the health and social development sector, starting with health and wellness. Just on Wednesday, this previous Wednesday, the Health Department hosted a successful launch of the 1.1 million HIV treatment gap campaign in collaboration with the National Department of Health. This is a crucial program aimed at recommitting government to fight against the HIV epidemic and closing the treatment gap. Just last week, the Health and Wellness Department again unraveled 16 district mobile outreach clinics to be distributed to all health districts of our province, particularly the most remote areas such as farming and peri-urban communities. Clearly, the MEC of Health is like us because she understands the health needs of the residents of our beautiful province. Under the ANC-led coalition government, the Gauteng province has seen a significant 2.9 decrease of HIV and STI incidences amongst youth aged 15 to 24. We have begun to see a rollout of new health facility infrastructure, including a commitment on maintenance. It's a reality. It's there in our reports. Further congratulations to the Health Department on the successful graduation of 147 HIV testing services counsellors. We are beginning to see positive feedback by patients on the satisfaction of care due to the I Serve with a Smile campaign. The reality of our provincial health system is that it is a catchment population that transcends the province and caters to other 4 provinces and the SADC countries such as Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. So that is the confidence given to our public health system by all of these aligned countries. There will never be sufficient resources to provide health services for free to all, and yet with limited resources, the department is committed to marvel and improving health outcomes. Notwithstanding some notable challenges, the pulse of the public health system in our province is beating rigorous, and that point cannot be disputed. Quickly on a social development, the department has undertaken to advocate for NPOs through the Intergovernmental Relations Forum meetings. The advocacy includes issues such as lobbying municipalities to be quick and reasonable in issuing compliance certificates to NPOs and waiving some costs that must be paid by NPOs in their quest to obtain relevant compliance certificates. The department has also demonstrated willingness and commitment to work with the NPO sector. A lot of progress has been recorded in paying NPOs their 4 tranche payments, significant milestones which are missing in all of the debate renditions that have been made here. We can record that the department has also just concluded the paneling of NPOs for the upcoming financial year, and SLAs will be signed very soon. In fulfilling its mandate to tackle poverty, the Gauteng government provides food relief programs aimed at promoting social inclusion and combating poverty. The department is implementing a wide range of programs to fight hunger, including food parcels, home-cooked meals, and food gardens in partnership with the Department of Agriculture. As a result, 438,000 people in 55,000 households benefited from these initiatives, which is something that the opposition will never reveal to masses of the residents of this province. The department assisted and supports the homeless in collaboration with NPOs through the provision of psychosocial services, reunification, warm daily meals, and skills development. We reached out to homeless individuals through mobile drop-in services. I mean, this is a demonstration of a caring government. To suggest now otherwise it would just be folly. Additionally, the government has resuscitated the Banapele program to work towards a vision of making Gauteng a province fit for children. The Banapele program or Children First program is the provincial flagship all-rounder aimed at tackling key aspects of child poverty. This program comprises of compendium package of impactful intervention by sector departments, targeting orphaned and vulnerable children through a single window. The provision of dignity packs and school uniforms, as well as food parcels, has improved school attendance. In circumspect, the opposition are not like us, and they will never represent the views of the residents of Gauteng.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable Masilela. Honorable Masilela. Okay, honorable members, the House will now be suspended to allow the Premier to prepare for his reply. So we'll reconvene at 13 hours 30. 30 minutes. Is that sufficient? Yeah. Okay. Are sufficient. Stop. The House will rise. Stop.
You are not like us.
Right? Huh? Okay. Okay. It's the first time there is. Respondent. None of you is concentrating except you. We may be seated, you may be seated, honorable members. What? Fine, look at him. Okay, yeah. Where's the premier? Huh? Okay.
They not like us. They not like us.
On fait vite. C'est ça the whole thing. The Premier will be joining us shortly. Okay, honorable members, order. Will the secretary, Honorable Masile, will the secretary please read the second order?
Premier's reply to the debate on the State of the Province address.
Honorable Premier, may you kindly respond to the debate? Order, honorable members.
Thank you
Honorable
so much.
Masole. Itware. Yeah, Itware.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, members of the Executive Council, leaders of various political parties in the House, may I take this opportunity to thank you for allocating your precious time to engage on the issues that we've deposited in the public space. Your ideas are indeed overwhelming, and I'll ignore those that have started to use insult instead of responding to issues that we have presented. I was told by my parents that if somebody hurls insults at you, you just throw back the soap and wash those insults so that you don't have to trouble yourself. I was further advised that if someone throws stones at you, you just take those stones and build a bridge that can harness the relationship. So I come to this House to respond to real issues, because I'm told as well that the best pretender, or the best way is keep away from pretenders who think they are always correct at all times. Because these pretenders, regardless of the information that is provided to them, and regardless of how many times you want to clarify them, there will always be pretenders. Madam Speaker, I was questioned by Member Msimang that I misled the House and even went further to call me a liar on the basis that we indicated in our State of the Province address that our investment of 220 billion public infrastructure, it's a lie. He even said, this was said many years by many other people that came before me. If you don't mind, Madam Speaker, I'm more than willing to unpack this to Member Msimang to disprove his allegations that I'm a liar and I'm misleading the people of Gauteng. The 220 billion projects are here. These are projects that come from national government, provincial government, and local government. They are costed, it's bridges, it's roads, it's everything. And because I've been accused to be a liar, I want to provide evidence that demonstrate that I didn't mislead South Africans. This is a public investment book, and we can give it. If we can give it to... As I said earlier on, yes, because we're costing it. No. Madam Speaker, as I said, I don't engage in insults. I don't engage in insults because it has moved now from non-existence to 2 years ago. Because when people were here, they said it's not existing. They said that 220 billion was thumbsucked. Now when we come here to give evidence, we're accused that it's 2 years ago. It will be 2 years ago because we have been calculating and accumulating it so that we can make it available. Member Msimang came here, honorable members, and convinced me to understand why lie detectors are not admissible in court, because they can be manipulated. He came here to be a lie detector that can be manipulated because the evidence that he wanted in this House is the evidence that we have provided him. He came here and said, I've refused to give him reports, 170 reports. When I didn't refuse, I gave him the legal leeway on how those reports can be assessed because I don't have those reports. And I indicated I don't have those reports. And now I'm accused that I've misled South Africans and Kiposo Yamaka when I advised him in writing what to do. And I want to give him this letter again to refresh his letter and ensure that he can. Secondly, Madam Speaker, or thirdly, I was accused of lying when we went on the public platform that we are the one that signed an agreement with the SIU to fast-track not only the return of the money that was misused at Anglo-Ashanti, but also to fast-track the disciplinary hearing and to blacklist and to recover the money that was lost. On the 20th of February, SIU retrieved the following amounts of money from the following companies that involved in Anglo-Ashanti. Departed Training, 132 million. Mercado Project, 118 million. Ikusasa Building, 89 million. NJR Products, 56 million. Tenga Holdings, 49 million. I can go on and on. A demonstration that when we have evidence of corruption, we act and we track the money and we bring it back. And we didn't lie. I want to hand over another evidence that the money is being tracked, and you can give it to MEC.
We want the minutes of...
Honorable members, order. Honorable Msimang.
Member Msimang came here and said that you are chasing junior people. Never in my life that a DDG of a department is a junior person. Never in my mind that a CEO of institution is a junior person. But I know, and I want to quote, a person who can read but doesn't read is sinful because he's engaging in deliberate ignorance. Let me repeat it. A person who can read but that doesn't read, it's sinful because he's engaging in deliberate ignorance. That is what we have seen here, where people come here to try to paint a picture that Gauteng is not a favorite destination of many other people that want to invest in our province. There are many people who came here and presented, there are many speakers who came here and presented as if our province is collapsing and no one has an interest. I want to quote that we are the home of many events that are conducted in our country. And those events are held here in Johannesburg. We had 2 provinces that were shortlisted to host the G20. It was the Western Cape and Gauteng. And after thorough analysis of infrastructure capability, after thorough analysis of our aviation industry, after thorough analysis of our hospitality industry, after thorough analysis of our retail shop, the choice was obvious, and that choice was Gauteng. And some come here and say this province is collapsing, and this province is not responding to the issue of WAP. And I want to advise you, Member Msimang, you will better be a warrior in a garden than be a gardener in a war. Because if you are a gardener in a war, you will be killed. And you can insult me. I listen to you.
Allow the Premier to respond.
It is. The folly of Soli.
I did, honorable members, I did. The Premier is still waiting. I asked him to wait. Honorable Msimang, please allow the Premier to respond.
Madam Speaker, once more, my parents advised me, and I'll adhere to this advice of my parents because I am what I am today because of them. And they said to me, never argue with an idiot. Others watching might not be able to tell the difference, because if other people were given an opportunity to debate undisturbed, when we respond to their issues, they fall low in terms of insult. I don't want to be part of that kind of debate, and I'll rather leave all the issues, Member Msimang, because I thought this House is about mature debates. I thought this House was about to debunk lies that you are accused of. I thought this debate is about the issues that have been raised, and therefore, if we respond and you interject, And if we respond to issues you don't want to listen, maybe there's no need for us to relate to those. Member Msimang, whether you like it or not, we pointed out to you the stars and the vision of this province. All you saw was the fingertip of my finger, not the vision that we have painted. It is truly sad when someone who has all the kinds of educational opportunities chooses not to read our speech. Of course, there are some with reading challenges like dyslexia, a person who reads backwards instead of reading the issues that we have presented to them. If all the issues that we have presented, I want to assure the people of Gauteng, the people of Gauteng, we have not misled you. We presented issues like we have done before. And I want to go through those issues. There are some members that said the issue of bringing all law enforcement agencies under the leadership of the South African police is unconstitutional. What a misleading statement. Every Thursday in this province, for the last 7 years, we've been having a campaign called Ukai Mulao, which is a combination of law enforcement agencies under the direct supervision and leadership of the SAPS. What we have done in this administration was to legalize it through a document that we have agreed with him. So to say it's unconstitutional, it's baseless. It's not an answer to the issues that our people expect us to deal with these issues. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we are told that if they are in charge, everything will be okay. We are told if they are in charge, everything will be okay. We gave them an opportunity to run a municipality called Tshwane. In 8 years, they had almost 5 mayors. In 8 years. And in 8 years, they had 5 mayors, and in that 8 years, they moved the finances and the audit arm of that municipality from unqualified audits to a disclaimer. From an unqualified audit to a disclaimer. And under your leadership, Member Msimang, it was worse that an audit outcome by the Auditor General said that they could not even account for 1.7 billion of electricity in that municipality. We can share, that I'm saying, we can share it with you. That
Honorable
information.
Msimanga, Premier, just hold on. Honorable Msimanga.
Yeah.
No, Honorable Msimanga, just
This
hold
is
on.
harassment.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable
No, but
members.
This is harassment. This is
Honorable
harassment.
Msimanga. No. Honorable Msimanga, you know that you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, please don't.
It's also harassment.
No, Honorable Msimanga.
The
Yeah,
DA is harassing us here.
Madam Speaker, when people enjoy the limelight of television and radio to paint a bad picture about our government and our presence, when they come here so that we can respond on our own, they can't even stomach our answers. They can hide behind accusations, and they can hide behind insults. Our mission is very clear. We are prepared to be subjected to any form of test, and I'm challenging those that are on our left to appoint any independent institution to verify all the issues that we have put in our authority, so that we can demonstrate that everything that we have painted there, we have indeed not only costed it, we have double-checked it, and we've got all the relevant information that was presented to us. Madam Speaker, they tell us that where they govern better. I want to take just one example, something that is very important in our lives, the education of our children. The province of Western Cape has moved in the last 4 years from being number 2, number 3, number 4. They are now number 5 in the quality of Matric results in our country. A demonstration that indeed, where they govern, not everything is so rosy. Where they govern, they could not even respond to the education challenges of our children. And I'm surprised in this particular house, they can't even stomach and appreciate that a child from a township got 299 marks in mathematics out of 300, and a child from the township was the best student, including former Model C schools and other schools in our country. It is not what they expect, and it's not what they can accept. Member Msimang come here to say, to approve and implement BELA, it means a child from Hammanskraal must take a taxi, a train to access education in our province. Member Msimang, you are so wrong. Go to Centurion. There is no public school there. All the schools that are there are African schools that are denying a child that is staying opposite the school to access that school because they are not speaking the language of that particular school. And this will change whether you like it or not, whether it's your minister, that is the Minister of Basic Education, the Basic Amendment Education Act will work in our province, and we are ready as a province to implement the Basic Amendment. I can also give an example, member.
No, just hold on, Premier, just hold on. Honorable Msimanga and Honorable Engelbrecht, I really want to plead you to allow the Premier to respond. You know that what you're doing is not correct?
You rubbish.
Yeah. No, Honorable Advocate.
Madam
No,
Speaker.
Honorable members, just hold on, Premier Ematin. Honorable members, the decorum of the House is your responsibility. No, Honorable Advocate. Honorable Advocate Litswal.
You are rubbish.
No, he did. She did. No, she did.
All of you, they are rubbish.
Honorable members, no, Honorable Msimanga, just hold on. Honorable.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, to also demonstrate the issue of access to education, I want to give an example of a school called World School Menlo Park. This is a school that is separated by a fence to the University of Pretoria. We all know at the University of Pretoria, you've got lecturers, you've got workers, you've got staff members who are denied to have access to education so that they can take their children to a school that is closer to where they work at the University of Pretoria because they are speaking a wrong language, and Menlo Park World School must be for the privileged few, and it can't be open for all. It will change in our province, and it will be open to all that needs to. So you don't need a taxi from Hammanskraal to implement BELA. You don't need a train for people to have access to education. And the message is simple. All our schools in our province belong to all our children and all our parents. There is no single parent that will monopolize and exclude other parents' access to education on the basis of those that think that they have the birthright to our education system. If we can watch rugby together, why not allow our children to be in the same class together? And this we will defend, whatever it takes. Member Bosch, I sometimes don't like it when people speak to us in this house as if we are their garden boys and madams. I don't like it. It was quite clear that when you raised your voice against me to say I must listen to you on the subject that you were saying, as if I was not listening to everyone. There have never been anyone in this house, when they were speaking, they felt that I didn't listen to them. I take serious exception. If this is how you treat your garden boys, I'm not your garden boy. It will never work. It will never work that way. It will never.
Order, honorable members, order. Premier, proceed.
I don't use insult. No, it's not. It's not an insult. You can listen to the tapes, what she said to me. You can listen to the tapes. Let me appreciate Member Adams, the issues that you have raised about your communities. But let me appreciate you on the issue of inequality. It is quite clear that you understand what we need to do. Those that have oppressed us want us to forget that they oppressed us. Those that denied us access want us to forget that they denied us access not only to facilities and institutions, but they even undermined our human rights. Today, they feel they can stand tall to lecture us on equality and access. And I want to thank you, Madam the Chair of Chairs Adams, Bishop Adams, for clearly stipulating this matter. But I want to dispute your end points that you are ignoring a certain community called colored communities. In this State of the Province address, we have made it clear that there are houses that are owned by the government that I have the honor to lead, that we are willing to release those houses to that community. In the State of the Province address, we acknowledge the investment that we've made in Tukoms and other areas about the bakeries and the number of bread that are producing that we'll buy as government in our schools and other things. In this State of the Province address, we've made a commitment, and I'm glad you were at the center of that. When we recruited people for the traffic wardens and we could not recruit people from the colored communities, we deliberately went, identified them, and today, as we speak, they are part of the workforce of this government. Is this exclusion, Bishop Adams? I know you're a man of cloth. You will never accuse me of misleading this particular house. I move to appreciate that a bird will always use another bird's feather to feather its own nest. And it is quite clear that from the leadership of MK Party, that there are issues that we share and agree together. But I want to dispel any myth that we want to sell our assets or privatize our assets. Our commitment, and that's what we said, is that the facilities that we have at our disposal that are underutilized, we can't keep them underutilized and pay money for security, whereas we can make it available to our communities. That's our standpoint. And we really believe this is a process that can assist us to attend and to live with the issues that have been raised. Member Tijah, I'm glad that you know that this particular province inherited some economic benefits. And I'm excited that you are the only one that indicated that aspect. The good thing about those that understand that they were economic inheritance is the ignorance that was also apartheid inheritance. And that the economy of this country and the economy of this province included the sufferings of mine workers that went down there to make this economy to be what it is today. And we'll never, therefore, find any mechanism to exclude anyone in the economic development of our province. And therefore, any argument that what we have done in our province was inherited, there have never been new improvement, is misleading. In this province, there was no Mall of Africa. There was no mainland Main. There were no many other areas, including the stadiums that we've built that are around this area. There were no new developments in the areas and the era that you are putting up. The development of Gauteng is a combination of the three spheres of government, and no one can argue and debate that aspect. We come here to also respond to those that always doubt us and call us names. No matter what you can say, in everything that we do, we have a team that is led by people that are diligent and committed. And indeed, Member Ngobeni, you can raise all the issues that we've raised. It is the relationship that we've developed with your political party in Tshwane that have turned Tshwane around. It's something that has demonstrated that those that were working in that municipality, they didn't know what they were doing. So our approach is very simple. Our approach is very simple. We'll not throw insult. We'll appreciate the work that is done, even if it's done by political parties that don't work with us, as long as our people benefit, as long as there is service delivered in our communities, we'll appreciate that particular work. And for that, we want to thank you indeed. Your executive mayor and the deputy mayor of that municipality are people that we can work with. I'm glad Member Ali wants to drag me to sponsor shops and many other things. When we have spoken about the SEZ and the number of jobs that they've created, I will not underestimate the importance of small business. And I'll be the first one to accept if there are limitations and gaps there. We have presented statistics of how much, especially the Premier's office, that is spent in township businesses. It's quite clear that these annual reports that we published annually are not read or people are ignoring them. If I challenge you, Member Ali, to go to the annual report of the Office of the Premier alone and check how much we have invested in township businesses as the Office of the Premier alone, it will provide you with the answers that you are looking for.
Honorable Ali, order. Honorable Ali. Proceed, Premier.
I'll honestly be disappointed, Member Ali, when I'm referring you to the information that you are requesting. And when I respond to it, you respond in the manner that we are doing. We have never disrupted you when you speak.
Yes.
We have never disrupted you. Even when we were journalists, when you answered or you asked us questions. No. When you asked us questions.
Premier, just hold on. Premier, just hold on. Hold on. Honorable Msimanga. Honorable Msimanga.
I've never insulted.
Honorable Msimanga and Honorable Ali.
She was a journalist.
Honorable Msimanga, I'm calling you to order now. Honorable Msimanga. Just hold on. Honorable members.
Member Msimanga, I want to emphasize the point that she's skilled enough. She's skilled enough to differentiate between friction and reality. And I'm using her experience in a previous responsibility. I've never issued an insult. I'm saying in a professional life where she asked questions, we provided answers. In the era that we are in, the annual report of the Office of the Premier, not all the departments, has clear stipulation of the money that was spent to support small businesses. And therefore, anyone that comes here and speak about the long and short of our conduct and characters is purely unfortunate. And that's the reason why I don't even want to state the figures Those figures are available within our annual report. Member Alberts, thank you so much. You know, me and you, we differ a lot in terms of our political outlook. I will never support those that are in the same corner with you, who, as I'm speaking now, they are in America, insulting the integrity of this country. I will never support those that are given an opportunity to present alternative ideas about Bella. They organize a march wearing the color orange. I will never be in the same corner with those that you work with that are glorifying the apartheid flag. I'll never be in the same corner with those that you work with who believe that we don't deserve to be recognized as human beings in our own country. So the investment that you are talking about, Member Alberts, foreign investment, it must be investment that must benefit everyone. It must not be an investment like those that are in America now, who believe that they need their own settlement and they need to be protected from other human beings. There, Member Alberts, where you do good, I'll appreciate it. But when it comes to racism, don't stretch our understanding. Racists are mindless, racists are useless, and racists think they can think on our behalf. There is no one who can dictate to us in our own country where we must live, where we must live, and where we must go. We don't agree to that. Indeed, we listen to voters, Member Alberts, but we'll never listen to voters who want to take us backward. We'll listen to developments, but we'll never listen to developments that we are quoting from Taiwan. We will listen to those that are willing to build a better South Africa, and we want to congratulate and thank fellow South Africans, regardless of race, who stood together to denounce that the Afri-forums and solidarities of this world are misleading the world about issues that are happening in our country. And it's unfortunate that your political party has not condemned those organizations. Let me come to you, the leadership of the EFF. It's just unfortunate the person that raised issues as your leader is not in the house. Maybe I must not say waste time. Madam Speaker, let me dispel this myth that indeed you are misleading people about the issue of water in our province, which is the matter that has been raised. We indicated there are two pumping stations that have been giving us problems. Member Msimang went further to say we don't have a problem of water here, we have a problem of infrastructure. The reality is the media statement that was released by Rent Water, Member Msimang, stipulates that demand supersedes supply. It's not us. And therefore, we have been monitoring this situation, and I want to once more thank the convener of this subcommittee or war room, MEC Mamabulo, that we are joined by the Minister of Water on the 1st of March to finally deal with the issues of the two pumping stations so that we can finalize them. And if the minister is coming to identify them, it is quite clear that our diagnosis was the one that was correct. And on Saturday, we'll be with the national minister on this issue. I want to conclude by appreciating all those that have presented arguments to represent what and where we are taking this province. Member Mutara, Gentile, Member Makubela, Member Letsualo. It's only a moving car that people will park at it. Any other thing Any other thing,
Member Msimanga.
any other thing you will find.
No, no. Proceed.
Any other thing, it's nothing else but wishful thinking. I want to present to this once more, Member Bosch. The politics of the ANC and the establishment of the provincial task team has nothing to do with the DA. And the ANC does not have a branch called the DA. And the DA will never dictate terms to the ANC and try to want to be something that we are. And it must be clear, all the statements that were said and uttered here by members of the DA, it's nothing else but a bitter pill that they are not part of this progressive government. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Premier. You may be seated, honorable members. Honorable Masilela. Honorable Masilela, Honorable Masilela. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I want to draw your attention to the following. Order, honorable members. I want to draw your attention to the following. During the debate, the Premier sat quietly and listened to all of you. And you didn't have the decency to afford him the same. So I want to draw your attention to Rule 88 and 89. When you're at home or wherever you will be comfortable with, please read those rules. The other thing that I did before the House started in the morning, I took time to read, just to remind you of the decorum of the House during debates. But for reasons better known to yourselves, you chose to be unparliamentary. Now here is where the problem lies. We invite stakeholders to come and observe you, and these are the people who voted you into place. And we invite them to come and observe you, and when the Premier wants to respond to your debate, which basically is that you're speaking to the people, you don't give him that opportunity to do that. It's very unparliamentary, and you know that. So I want to implore all of you to behave a little bit more better next time when the House does sit. So let me tell you when the House is going to sit. And that is the time when the behavior will be much more mature. The next sitting will be on Tuesday, the 11th of March, 2025 at 10 o'clock. The House is now adjourned.